Okay, there we go. Uh, there we are. Hello, 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 everybody. It is I, Naven from Naven Gaming. How's everybody doing today? Alrighty, so today we're gonna be doing a couple of things. We're gonna be playing the new Space Marine 2 update with the lack of equipment that I'm gonna be going into that shit with, and we're gonna be watching Horus Rising Act 2 because I've been wanting to watch this for a long fucking while. Let me tell you, it's it took a lot not to just sit down and watch it. Um, but yeah. So I also have another announcement. I'm also gonna be making a video. Yes, I finally have an excuse to actually learn how to edit for once in my fucking life. But yeah, I'm gonna be learning how to make a video, and I'm not gonna disclose what the video is as of right now, as of yet, because I don't know how long the editing process is gonna go, and for all I fucking know, I might just end up dropping it. So, knowing my luck. But yeah, that's something to think about, something to kind of look forward to, perhaps even munch on. Who knows? Maybe I'll actually discover a uncanny appreciation or a liking to video editing content. But yeah, I've only ever done light editing here and there, and mostly just trimming clips and shits. But that's about it. In any event, that's just something to think about. I've already written like a 15,000 word script in like the span of a day because I was just that particularly inspired. But it's I'm as soon as I'm done finishing the script, I'm gonna actually go through the process of learning how to edit, do the editing, among other things, right? I'm not sure if I'm gonna need any sort of programs outside of like maybe the usual suspects of like is it some people use Clipchamp, some people also use a different video editor that's also on my computer. I just can't remember its name, but anyways, it's gonna be an interesting delve, let me tell you. But otherwise, yeah, those are just the important things to get out of the way. The God, I can't think right now. It's the morning. It's to be expected. Also, happy Men's Mental Health Awareness Month again, because it's almost over, and we're at that point where we're just kind of about to move on from the month. And though it's nice to be able to say and spread this kind of awareness, I must say it's a little difficult. It's a little difficult to actually be how do I put this? Uh I don't know. I think I'm in a very weird position where I just don't like I don't want to bring down the mood too much. I mean, I'm already kind of depressed enough as it is, but it's like it really sucks. It just really sucks. Especially for men, especially if you're a guy right now, everything just kind of fucking sucks. And you know what? I'm I'm not sure what to do, what to say, how to help you guys if you guys are watching this. Um the only thing that I can do is just offer just words of encouragement and just be like, hey, like if you need to take a day just for yourself, just fucking do it. Like this is a very we live in a very interesting time. There's a lot of problems going on right now. If it isn't have to do with like the latest news and also just some of the crazy shit that's going on with either the borders, the riots, among other things, like just take a knee, just take a break from everything. Just turn off all the noise, sit down, and just relax because you really fucking need it. I mean, like I certainly kind of need it, like maybe a little too much, but it's like I have plenty of days. I'm noticing that as time goes on, more and more, that that me time is growing exponentially, and I don't know to rationalize that other than I'm just fucking depressed. I don't know how else to rationalize that other than I'm just depressed. But yeah, it's crazy. Life is crazy. But yes, all that out of the way. So yeah, today we'll be reacting to Horus Rising Act 2, The Emperor's Children. I haven't seen it, been wanting to see it for a good while. And you know, do the same thing that I always say to do. Leave a like. Don't forget to subscribe. Hell, even turn on the notification bell. Support the original creators. Warrior Tier makes great content. And otherwise, we're also going to be engaging in the Space Marine 2 update. So, Siege Mode dropped not that long ago. And it's looking to be, right, because I've only played a little bit of Siege Mode in the beta test server. And it's looking to be a really cool fucking update. I hate my audio right now. It's constantly blaring in my ear. But anyways, so I also, one of the things that I did is that I upped the volume of my capture device, so that way it captures the audio. And so you're probably, especially with this Horus Rising video, you're probably going to notice a sudden, not maybe a sudden jump, but hopefully not a too big a jump in volume from like previous streams, among other things, because you know I am going to be putting the volume up all the way. I am going to be watching this as it is. I guess I could just, in fact, you know what? I could just do that. I could just go on YouTube real quick and just kind of give a listen to my own stream through the control room. But yeah, otherwise, it's let's just go ahead and just get the semantics out of the way and let's just delve right into it, shall we? So, Horus Rising, Act 2, The Emperor's Children. I can't wait to see it. Oh, I was not expecting to see 19 views already. Okay. That was not something I was expecting to see just right off the bat. How did I get 19 views already? Where did these views even come from? I'm just not gonna question it. All right. Anyways, let's just get into it. They probably showed up for the Space Marine 2 content. I wouldn't doubt it. All right. Let's see. All right, starting. Space. Start. You know, that's not too bad. Okay. Yeah, sorry, everything's kind of like a little delayed. Let's see, let's see. I think I'll jump it down to 8. It's not too bad. There we go. Everything's kind of... Alright. I stream at ultra low latency because it's just easier to do it that way. That way the quality remains consistent on other things. Alright. I don't know what it is, but it's just I keep... Oh, you know what? I should probably plug the Ethernet cable in. That'll help, actually. That explains why that's having trouble. Maybe. Let's see. There we go. All right. Let's get right into it again. Sorry about that.
We have encountered hostile forces. They're not human. Xenos of some sort. But I've never seen anything like them. They look like enormous bugs. They almost look like they're made of metal. They're big. At least twice the size of us and aggressive. We have the situation under control for now. We have only seen a small handful of them. But we may require assistance if their numbers increase.
Miser Accord? Is that how you say that?
And when did you receive this?
3 days after they touched down on the surface. But it's possible that the communication was sent earlier than that. We lost direct contact with Frome and his men as soon as they disembarked.
Do we know why that is?
Any time landers or drop pods enter the atmosphere, storms appear out of nowhere and disrupt everything. Vox communication, geographical scans, satellite uplinks. We have nothing.
Lord Commander Eidolon of the Emperor's Children listened intently. His fleet had received transmissions from the 140th Expedition of the Blood Angels requesting assistance. Nathaniel August, master of the Blood Angels fleet, continued to bring Eidolon up to speed.
You said you received other transmissions. Play those back for me, please.
He even looks like a
We
snob.
received this 1 week later.
The alien resistance is more formidable than originally thought. We are unable to communicate with them, and their numbers have grown significantly. We are holding our own, but the conditions here are fluid and changing rapidly.
And then this one, 4 days after the transmission you just heard.
We humbly request for reinforcements at this time. We are outnumbered and are being overpowered by the enemy forces. To take this road, we will need the full force of the...
So we have no idea what the conditions are on the surface now.
No, sir. 50 Blood Angels attempted to drop, but like I said, as soon as their landers entered the atmosphere, the storms started up. The landers vanished, and we never heard from the Astartes. So we sent another 50 down, and the same thing happened. They disappeared without a trace. After that, we started to believe that whatever life forms were on the planet below were controlling the weather systems.
Controlling the weather systems? Explain that to me.
It seems likely that the devastating weather destroyed the lander ships. I don't think it was coincidence that these storms appeared out of nowhere as soon as lander ships disembarked. So we sent another 50, but in drop pods this time. Just as we predicted, the storms still appeared, but the drop pods fared better than the landers. Like I told you, we have no eyes or ears to what's going on below. All we have is the messages we received from Frome.
And you haven't heard from Captain From since the last message?
This is already starting off in a very interesting way. So they're trying to bring they're either trying to conquer a planet or trying to bring the planet into compliance. And they're trying to figure out what the life forms on the planet are. But in their attempts to investigate further, right, they send people down onto the planet, Astartes, 50 per drop pod, and they disappear. This is starting to sound very interesting. I'm trying to think of what alien race it could be that might be causing this, but as much as I would like to see the Crave in some fashion, I don't think they're going to show up. Like, the Bat-like is sort of almost mind hive type of race, you know, like, would be an interesting one to see in some fashion, but I don't think we're gonna get them. I would like to see that make an appearance. But But if I remember correctly, the only person who encountered the Crave, as far as I'm aware, is Lionel Johnson. I do remember, I think, Blood Angels encountering them once, but that was more of an escalating conflict. I don't remember. When I was reading into the lore of the Crave, I only read the synopsis of it on a fan website. I think it was like a Warhammer wiki. So I don't know too much about the details, but I do think it'd be interesting to see the Crave show up in some fashion. I also would like to see just different types of races in the games too. Imagine what would because they just turned the Crave just essentially mind alter people into being obedient zombie-like servants. Imagine fighting other Astartes who have been essentially mind jacked by the Crave. That'd be an interesting one. I think the crazier thing would be since Lionel Jones is back in the 41st millennium, I think it'd be interesting to see him go on a complete crusade just to completely find and wipe out the Crave, because he had melded with their conscious network, and he basically at one point figured out where all of the Crave were across the galaxy. And so it's just a matter of him actually going and actually hunting them down. But yeah, I'm just gonna go ahead and just cut that there.
We have... he sent one final transmission.
What does that mean? Jones.
Iterator?
Garvio, I didn't hear you come in. Allow me a moment.
Cinderman turned to stand up and placed a book on the shelf in front of him. It appeared as if he had been reading for days on end. Books were piled up high on both sides of the chair he was sitting in, and a basket to the side of him was full of even more manuscripts. It was a relatively quiet time for the Crusade. After leaving the world of 6319 in a fully compliant state, the Lunar Wolves received a distress signal from the 140th Expedition of the Blood Angels. Echory Malachurst had briefed the Legion on the situation already, but things took a turn for the worse and the Blood Angels had requested urgent assistance. The Vengeful Spirit was en route to their location, and their voyage was to take at least 12 weeks. Loken and Cinderman hadn't spoken since the incident with Jubal, and he wanted to clear the air.
If you're busy, I can come back another time.
No, of course not. Your company is always welcome.
What has you occupied back there?
Oh, nothing really. Just reading.
Of course. What are you reading?
There's probably trying to make sense of the whole situation that went down with Jabal, actually. I mean, coming back to life, completely changing in an instant almost, and essentially murdering and beating the crap out of people as he went is not what I consider to be the most, what's the word that I'm looking for here? It's not the most sane and most, it wouldn't be the most realistic thing to happen, but it happened. And I'm sure if I'm sure like anybody else would in that kind of situation, he's just trying to make sense of what the fuck happened.
A variety of things. I've been seeking out material that is, I
Yeah.
suppose you could say, comforting. Pre-unification fiction, poetry, writing that I've always enjoyed.
May I take a look?
By all means, go ahead.
Loken looked at the pile of books surrounding Cinderman and picked up one entitled The Chronicles of Ursh.
It looks interesting. What is this one about?
Ah, the Chronicles of Ursh. Rambunctious fictional stories of ancient battles.
Interesting. You find comfort in rambunctious fictional war stories.
No, it isn't the stories that comfort me, Garviel. These kinds of stories were what I read when I was just a boy. Reading these stories reminds me of all those times, when I was young and still had so much to learn. It's the memories that comfort me.
Do you feel that you need to be comforted? We have not spoken since the Whisperheads.
I know.
I've stopped by the school to listen to you speak many times, but each time I go, there's someone speaking in your place. Are you well, Iterator?
I must be honest. I've been better.
Are you still in pain?
Physically, no. I've recovered and am feeling much better. But I feel volatile, which is why I haven't been speaking. The drive that I've always had to teach, to inspire others, I don't have it.
I'm sure it will return, Cariel.
I have no doubt that it will. I just need time.
If there's ever anything that you need, please.
Thank you, Garviel. The War Master spoke with me about what happened. After our conversation, I feel that I am a wiser man.
As am I. The War Master spoke with me as well, and I now understand what happened.
Cinderman's gaze drifted back to the rows of bookshelves, and Loken sensed that he should leave the Iterator to himself.
I must go now. I'm glad we were able to talk, Iterator.
I am too, Garviel.
Loken picked up another book, holding it up as he spoke to Cinderman.
If you can find comfort in these, I wouldn't mind taking a look myself. Would it be okay if I brought this with me?
Please, help yourself. But is that Samaturan poetry? You want something that will comfort you, not put you to sleep. Take this instead.
Cinderman picked up the book that Loken had originally grabbed, The Chronicles of Ursh.
I know you well, Garviel. You'll enjoy this much more. Vivid stories of fierce battles and historic wars. Quite bloody. Leave the poetry to me.
Yeah, they're still trying to recover from that incident with the mountain and the whisper and the whispers, as well as Samus. Which that was really well done. I don't know how it's going to go in this one, because this one's going to involve the Blood Angels and the Emperor's Children. And it's not often that I see stories about Blood Angels, and even less of the Emperor's Children, so it's certainly going to do a lot to help characterize these other legions as well. I'm very curious to see what the story is going to be about. And I'm also curious to see how these characters are going to interact with one another. And since this is about Horus, I can only imagine that the Luna Wolves are going to get involved at some point. This is all shaping up to be an interesting sort of delve into what might potentially be this really nice sort of like a collaborative effort, a joint effort by these three different legions. And depending on what's on this planet in particular, I can't wait to see how they're going to go about combating this, whatever this force is on this planet. That is, if it's going to go in that direction. But That's what it seems like it's going down the road of.
We'll be going in blind. Prepare the drop pods.
Lord Commander, with all due respect, don't you think it would be wise to wait? We've already lost 150 men. We have Blood Angels en route, and a detachment of Lunar Wolves aren't far behind them.
Correction, Nathaniel. We didn't lose 150 men. You did. And with all due respect, it wasn't us that you sent to the surface. The Emperor's children are more than capable of handling this.
Captain Saltarvitz smiled to himself as he listened to Eidolon. He knew his commander well, and as soon as it was noted that additional forces from other legions were on the way, there was no doubt in his mind that Eidolon would order them to make planetfall. This was an opportunity for Eidolon to be the hero, and he would not give any other legions the chance to share in the glory.
This feels reckless, Lord Commander. I am by no means doubting your abilities, but the size of force available to you could more than quadruple in just a few days' time.
You called for urgent assistance, correct?
I did.
Well, here we are.
And I am extremely grateful. I am only pointing out that...
Duly noted, and I appreciate your concern, but we don't need additional forces. We are the Emperor's children.
That's the interesting thing about the Emperor's children, is that, yeah, they are snobs, but they're all about perfection. The Emperor's children are all about just trying to be the best at everything. And the idea in this instance that they would need reinforcements, yeah, that seems to check out. They just want to handle the situation themselves, and they want to handle it in a way that's going to help make them look even better amongst all the other legions to essentially impress, well, I guess everyone. They're very prideful as a legion. I think they're also more so doing it to impress themselves as much as they are to impress the Emperor among other factions and legions, but yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how these people butt heads too. There's one aspect I wasn't thinking about too.
Even without visuals to help inform Eidolon what he and his men were dropping into, he was confident. He had gathered useful information from Nathaniel August. Lander's ships were off the table. Only drop pods could survive the descent. Fox communication from the surface would be patchy at best, and at times they would be completely cut off. And with a description of the enemy, a substantial number of metallic, bug-like creatures, he knew what to expect from the Xenos' resistance. Or so he thought. But most importantly, in Eidolon's mind, was who he represented. The Emperor's children. The Astartes of the Third Legion strive for perfection in everything they did. They were the only legion that were granted permission to bear the Imperial Aquila on their armor, and it was an honor they displayed with great pride.
It could be the Tyrannus as well, now that I think about it. But, I don't know. Like, with that kind of description, it can only be a few things. I'm kind of just hoping it's the Crave. I'm just not sure if the Crave actually turned people into some type of almost insect-like type of monster. But, I don't know. I'll just let it go.
Eidolon expected nothing less than perfection from his company of Space Marines that were dropping to the surface of murder. He wanted a quick, decisive victory so there would be no confusion whatsoever as to who rescued the Blood Angels. But as the drop pods blazed towards the surface below, problems instantly began to arise. They were aware of the shield storms, as August had referred to them, and had been fully expecting them. But they underestimated how powerful these shield storms actually were, and their drop pods were viciously whipped through the air. Many of them now were headed for areas that were kilometers away from their projected landing zones. They hit the ground violently, and the warriors that retreated from their drop pods were now facing a grim reality. Salt Tarvitz was unable to make Vox contact with Eidolon, and he began to
Surface
survey his
murders.
unfamiliar new surroundings.
Commander? Can you hear me?
Nope.
What do we do now?
Let's try and find the others.
The Vox isn't functioning, and visibility is terrible down here. Do we just guess which direction we think they may be? Assuming they made it here at all.
Only a fraction of the 3rd Legion Astartes had landed with Salt Tarvitz. He wasn't naive enough to believe that all 70 of the others survived the descent. The shield storms were far more intense than they had originally expected, and it was very likely that some of the drop pods had been destroyed on the way down. The surface environment only further complicated matters. Enormous, gray and white stalks stuck out of the ground all around them. They were at least 20 meters tall, and there were thousands of them. They swayed back and forth as the wind blew, and this seemingly endless forest of stalks made it nearly impossible to see any distance in front of them.
We made it, didn't we?
We did, thankfully. The storm was brutal. I wasn't expecting that.
I wasn't either. Let's scout the area and see what we can find. Maybe the storm will clear up now that we've landed and we'll be able to get Eidolon on the Vox.
Lucius and Salt Tarvitz were close friends, but the two couldn't be less alike. Lucius was also a captain of the Emperor's Children. He was ambitious, outspoken, and had an ego as large as anyone in the Legion. Salt Tarvitz was no less devoted to the Legion's quest for perfection, but he was more self-aware, humble, and reserved than Lucius. He wasn't concerned with the grind of climbing the Legion's ranks, and he was more than content with serving as Primarch and the Emperor. Lucius took the lead, with Tarvitz and the 29 others following him through the ominous grove of stalks. They understood how important it was that they stuck together, as they were already operating at only 30% strength after being split up from the rest of the company.
Saul, look at this.
Just a short distance ahead, Lucius saw what appeared to be a tree. It was even taller than the other stalks, and he estimated it to be at least 50 meters tall. It had a dome at the very top. The dome was littered with sharp, white spikes that looked like thorns.
This is odd. I wonder what it's used for.
It's not used for anything.
How do you know that?
Because it's a tree, Saul. There's nothing it could be used for.
They continued walking, further and further into the thicket of grass, encountering more trees that were sporadically sticking out of the ground. 30 minutes had passed and the Emperor's Children hadn't encountered anything noteworthy, until they heard an unusual noise.
What's that noise?
The Astartes looked all around them, but saw nothing out of the ordinary.
Look. The stalks are shaking.
Lucius suddenly heard something behind him, and as he turned around, he saw something run through the stalks. It was so fast that all he saw was a blur. But by the time the blur had vanished, 2 of his brothers were laying dead on the ground.
Damn.
What just happened?
There's something here.
Everyone drew their bolters, looking for what had killed the Astartes. Someone yelled out in pain, and Lucius fired 3 bolt rounds in the direction of a blur streaking through the grass. Lucius scanned his surroundings and discovered 3 more of his men dead. Their power armor had clean slices in it, and blood was seeping out of the cuts in the ceramite, pooling up below their bodies.
I can't see anything! These damned things are too fast!
I hit one of them, but it got away.
This is shaping up to be an interesting situation. But it's clearly not a Tyranid force, because otherwise this planet would be covered in some type of biomatter. So it's not Tyranids that they're facing. It must just be the natives of this planet. They're just bug-like entities that are just essentially evolved to just murder and kill things. So that's pretty interesting. That's a lot of power, by the way, for, I mean, we're talking about alien bugs that can kill Astartes. I mean, like, that's crazy on its own. Imagine being a normal person on this planet. You would not last a fucking second. Probably not even 5 minutes.
Lucius, look at that. I think that came from whatever it was.
He pointed down at what looked to be a body part of the creature that was hunting them. Lucius picked it up, turning it over as he inspected it from all angles.
It looks like a leg, or maybe an arm.
It looks more like a sword than a limb.
Tarvitz was right. The mysterious limb was long and slender. It curved and held the shape of a sword, even coming to a sharp point at one end. The other end was jagged and fractured from where Lucius' bolt round had damaged it. Lucius swung the limb piece at a nearby stalk and was surprised to see it slice right through it.
Look at that. I may have found a new weapon.
Lucius was amazed with the efficiency of the blade, until he yelled out in pain and dropped it to the ground.
Ah! That damn thing went through my glove and cut my hand.
It's not a blade, Lucius. It's a part of some impure Xeno filth. Take it as a sign to leave it alone.
Well, at least now we know what cut through their armor.
Where do you think these things are coming from? I haven't gotten a good look at one yet.
Neither have I.
As they carefully searched the area, their weapons firmly in hand, they noticed something. The stalks were no longer vibrating, and the strange chittering noises had stopped. And from that moment forward, it appeared that the enemy Xenos were gone. For the next 2 hours, they saw and heard nothing except the endless lines of stalks and the occasional marble tree. Failure was unacceptable to the Emperor's children, but the mission they were on was beginning to reveal itself as just that. The landing on the surface had been a catastrophe. They couldn't communicate with anyone over Vox, and 5 Astartes had died during their first enemy confrontation.
Still no Vox.
No satellite imagery either. We're completely blind down here.
We'll just have to keep searching. We'll find someone eventually.
I like the color and the look of their armor. I like how every legion has their own style, but the Emperor's Children, being what they are, purple makes absolute sense. But I just like the color purple in particular. Then there's red. It's a nice color. It goes with just about everything, but I feel like that purple is that's a statement, right? Especially with gold trims, that's basically a statement. Purple's usually a sort of color meant to symbolize royalty, which is why the Emperor's Children having it makes also more sense. But knowing how the Emperor's Children are going to go down the road of, knowing what they're going to essentially become, I like the color purple, but unless there's a successor chapter that uses it effectively, I don't think you're going to be seeing a whole lot of purple anytime soon, unless you are a fan of the war bands. But anyways, yeah.
The chittering noise that preceded the first enemy attack abruptly interrupted their conversation. This time, they knew what it meant.
Emperor's Children, stay ready. If you see something, shoot it. Do not hesitate.
The Astartes stayed close, and were looking in all directions for any sign of the enemy. Then, Tarvitz saw something horrifying through the stalks. It was moving incredibly fast and was headed straight towards Lucius.
Lucius, look out!
Chapter 2.
Garvey, I can take care of this. You need not concern yourself with it.
No, it's fine, Tarek. I want to.
Garviel, really? You don't have to.
Tarek, he said he wants to. Leave him be.
Following the terrible incident that led to the death of Jabal and 10 other Astartes, there was work that needed to be completed. Squads needed to be reassigned and new recruits were to be selected. The process of interviewing candidates, reviewing their files, and ultimately making decisions that would change their lives forever was tedious. Loken's Mournival brothers had assisted him with the process, for which he was very grateful, and now he stood outside of the dormitory cells of his fallen brothers. Someone needed to clear out their bunk quarters and discard of their personal belongings. Torgadon didn't push the issue any further, electing to let Loken take care of it. Vipus offered to help Loken, and they began the process of cleaning out their cells. Loken was surprised to find that the Astartes didn't have many personal items. Outside of a few pieces of clothing and some oath papers, the cells were nearly empty. But as Loken was going through Xavier Jabal's small scattering of belongings, he saw something that caught his eye. A small, silver medal. It was not much larger than a coin, and engraved in it was a wolf's head set against a crescent moon.
Nero? Is this what I think it is?
I can't say, Garvey.
I don't believe that. I think you can say.
I really can't say.
I think I know what it is. In fact, I'm pretty damn certain that I know what it is. You don't care to make a guess?
It looks like a medal to me.
What kind of medal, Nero?
I don't know, Garvey. It looks like it could be a lodge medal, but I really can't say for sure.
A lodge medal. Well, that's what I thought too. So Xavier was a lodge member.
It looks that way.
The discovery of the lodge medal left Loken feeling unsettled. For countless decades, there have been whispers of secret warrior lodges that existed within the legions of the Astartes. From the little he knew about them, Loken understood the lodges to be shadowy fraternities where warriors met in secret and operated perpendicular to the official chain of command. Rumor had it that the lodges had been introduced to the Lunar Wolves some 60 years prior, when they worked with the Word-Bearers to bring a world called Davin to compliance. As the story went, the warrior castes that ruled Davin did so through an intricate system of warrior lodges. The lodge system was absorbed by the Astartes and has been in place ever since. The idea of lodges in any institution that functioned in a similar way made Loken uneasy.
That's an interesting little tidbit. It makes sense that they probably would have, like, sort of like groups and form their own sort of like collectives amongst other legions as well as just in the legions themselves. But the idea is interesting because normally you get the sense that the legions just operate as a unit, but it's interesting to hear that there are some divisions among them. I think that kind of goes a long way into kind of, proving the point of what the successor chapters are meant to represent. And while it's true that, like a lot of the legions are just archetypes, and among other things, it's always interesting, or it's always fascinating, right? To see that even though they're very much like, they are geared to think or feel in a specific way, that there are differences. And I like to see them highlighting these differences. I mean, especially with the video that I saw with why Fantasy Warhammer's better than the 40k by Pancreas No Work. The idea is very interesting, which that video will be out at some point. I kind of went on a massive rant for a 13-minute video on that one. God damn. But yeah, that one will be out tomorrow. So look forward to that one. But in any case, let's just continue.
To him, the idea was too similar to that of a cult, and to organized religion. And now, he had discovered a lodge medal belonging to a man who had turned into what Loken had still thought of as a demon.
I trust that I don't need to tell you how I feel about lodges.
You don't need to tell me, Garvey. I know your stance.
I can't believe this was happening in 10th Company, that I was none the wiser. Did you know about this? How long has this been going on?
Garvey, you keep asking me about this, but I can't say, truly.
I can't have this, Nero. I won't tolerate it. Moving forward, there can be no ambiguity. Any warrior that serves under me and is aware of the existence of any lodge will be expected to come forward. You are captain of the 10th Company now. I want you to make sure that every last warrior in the 10th understands this.
Understood.
If they are not comfortable doing so publicly, then they can speak to me in confidence. But they will come forward. None of my men will be meeting in secret.
I can understand why he probably doesn't like cabals, but still.
The next morning came, and Loken still had more to do before the Legion's next conquest. His relationship with Mercedy Olaton had grown to be very strong, despite their contentious first meeting. He had begun to speak with her on a regular basis, leading Mercedy to feel that she wasn't just a remembrancer, she was Captain Loken's remembrancer. Loken trusted Mercedy and considered her a friend, and before he was knee-deep in another war zone, he promised Mercedy he would do her a favor. In recent meetings, Mercedy had appealed to Loken to help out her fellow remembrancer, Ignace Carcassy. She had first mentioned Carcassy's situation to Loken after the Whisperheads incident, but he was in no mental state to hear her out. Loken was better now, and he had agreed to do what he could to help him. Ignace Carcassy was sitting in a holding cell, anxiously awaiting his arrival. Loken entered the drab chamber and sat down at a small metal table across from Ignace.
Captain Loken, it's an honor to finally meet you, although I must confess, I'm ashamed that we are meeting under these circumstances.
Don't be.
I'm afraid I can't help it, but I feel immense gratitude that you are here.
Mercedy Olaton spent a great deal of time and energy persuading me to help you. Euphrates Keeler has spoken up for you as well.
I'm beyond thankful that they would do that.
Mercedy in particular spoke quite sincerely of you. She described you as lousy, hard-headed, annoying.
I can't say that she's wrong, Captain.
She also said that you're honest, that you're an extraordinarily talented poet, and that you were likely assaulted because you were speaking the truth. Is that true? And is that why you were attacked?
Upon reflection, my attack may have been the result of my words being distasteful.
The truth is often distasteful, Remembrancer. So I ask you this, do you tell lies?
I do not, Captain.
And this confirms what I've heard about you, that you speak with no filter, and because you are willing to say the things that others don't have the courage to say, that you are labeled an outcast.
This is true.
I'm curious then. What did you say that prompted such a vicious assault?
Ignace took a deep breath, and his eyes showed a hint of reluctance.
I will tell you, Captain, but I don't think you'll agree with it.
I might not, but I still want to know what was said.
What I had said was... Well, please remember, Captain, that I was quite drunk when the army soldier approached me. Embarrassingly drunk, if I'm being truthful.
Loken looked sternly at Ignace and held a hand up. He narrowed his eyes and focused his gaze on the uneasy remembrancer.
I'd rather not waste any more time dancing around the issue. I spoke with the War Master's equerry about you. He told me point blank that if I were to vouch for you, that you would be able to remain with the expedition. You would be placed on probation, and there would be conditions for you to meet, but you would stay. But I need you to tell me the truth. I don't care if you were drunk. I don't care if it was repugnant. I want the truth. I'm going to ask you one more time. What did you say that prompted your assault?
Oh, God. What did he say? I'm trying to remember exactly what he said, but I know he said something along the lines of essentially insulting the Imperium, insulting the Emperor almost. He basically made the very poor taste decision of essentially comparing the Emperor's Imperium to several fallen empires that will likely fall and in due time, and it's just a matter of, when and not so much of how. It's I'm trying to remember exactly the details that he said, but I remember it was something along those lines. And, I was kind of half expecting him to die as a result of that, but it's interesting to hear that he's actually just been taken into custody instead of just outright murdered, even though he probably would, if this was especially the 41st millennium, Imperium soldiers, they would absolutely just murder him on the spot. They would waste no fucking dime. It'd be like that incident when you're playing The Witcher 3 for the first time back in White Orchard, just like, we don't need to debate this, we just need a tree. Man. But yeah. God, what did he say? I'm trying to remember. Oh well. Doesn't matter. He's about to regale us with it.
I said that the rebuilt city would not last, that it would eventually fall, as would the world, just as it did when we invaded them, and that the Imperium would collapse as well, that it would be fighting forever.
Loken sat quietly for a moment, seemingly pondering what he thought about Carcasse's response before he spoke.
I will vouch for you, Ignace. Before you say another word or thank me, I need you to understand your conditions. If you do not abide by these conditions, I will no longer sponsor you. First is that you will report to me every 3 days. You will not submit any of your writing until I read it. I will read everything, and I do mean everything, even if it's just a scribbled draft in your notebook. Understood?
Understood, Captain, but I should warn you that it might be ugly.
I don't care. Secondly, you must continue to tell the truth. Let me clarify something, Ignace. Telling the truth is not an excuse to break the rules. You will never again sneak into an unauthorized area or become so drunk that you convince an Imperial soldier to beat you to the point that you require a Medicaid unit.
I understand, Captain, but I hope you understand me when I say this. Telling the truth has only caused me trouble. That's how I wound up in this holding cell in the first place.
Telling the truth hasn't caused you any trouble. Your drinking and obnoxious actions have. Change your behavior. Be a better man, and I foresee a bright future for you. But never stop telling the truth, because the truth is all we have.
Once again, Garviel proving that he's a fucking real one. Guy really knows how to pick them. Not only that, but he knows how to set proper guidelines. And I feel like this guy literally lives by these truths himself. Like, he probably follows his own set of guiding principles that make him into what he is. And that's honestly the most impressive part about this. We can see a lot, not just from how, like, the Legion acts, but also through how Garviel acts. Just how, like, much of an interesting character that Garviel is, as well as how he's characterized through his Legion. We can see how the shaping of the Lunar Wolves is starting to establish itself. But again, the fall is going to be interesting, because we know how GW works, we know how 40k works. Everything comes back to roost in the end. And so it's going to be, I can't wait to see how they're going to twist this. And I don't know where the twist is going to come and what shape it's going to take, but it's going to be interesting, to say the least.
And
I'm
true to his
invested.
word, Loken vouched for Ignace. Barring any scheduling conflicts on Loken's end, they met every 3 days so he could review Ignace's work. A large room designed for assemblies and meetings on the Vengeful Spirit, known as the Retreat, became the unofficial chamber of the Remembrancers. The retreat was usually boisterous and full of activity. Loud music echoed throughout the chamber, along with laughter and joyous screams as Remembrancers talked amongst themselves and played card games. Loken didn't much care for the rowdy environment, so he would meet Carcasse outside of the entrance doors.
Here you are, Captain. My writing from the past 3 days. Don't judge it too harshly. I'm still a bit rusty after being detained.
Thank you, Ignace. I'll see you again in a few days.
Before you go, I spoke with Euphrates yesterday.
Euphrates? How is she?
I'm not sure, Captain. She didn't say much, but she asked me to give this to you.
Ignace reached into his carrier bag and pulled out a data slate. He handed it to Loken, and he touched the rune on the side to activate it. As he inspected the contents, he discovered a variety of pics. Images of the Mournival, of his 10th Company brothers, and of himself. One image in particular stood out, a pic of him swearing his oath of moment, surrounded by his Mournival brothers, only moments before he disembarked at 6319. Loken peered through the entranceway of the retreat, looking at the bustling groups of remembrancers.
Is she inside?
In the retreat? No, she doesn't come here. In fact, I've heard that she doesn't socialize much at all anymore, ever since the incident.
The incident?
At the Whisperheads?
What do you know about that?
Nothing.
Did she mention anything about it when you saw her yesterday?
No, Captain. I did ask her about it, but she said there was nothing to talk about. And that's when she asked me to give you this.
A feeling of relief washed over Loken, and he continued looking through the images on the data slate.
These are wonderful images. When you see her again, send her my sincere gratitude.
I will.
One more thing.
What is it, Captain?
Please, look out for Euphrates. She needs good people around her.
Chapter 3. So we're setting up an interesting sort of situation here. So I'm assuming the Remembrancers are going to come back at some point in this story for a particular reason, but all of this so far is just a build-up to what will be the sort of rising action here, which is, I'm kind of not sure how the Luna Wolves are going to play a part into this, other than they're going to come in, right, with this whole, situation happening on this planet with the Blood Angels and the Emperor's Children, and Garviel is probably going to be the one leading the charge on how they're going to go about erecting a strategy that's going to help sort of, navigate this situation with this planet, with enemies that they can't see, bugs that could cut through ceramite, among other things. They don't know how this stuff on the planet works. They don't know what's causing the weather to be as turbulent as it is, and they're very concerned that the weather's being controlled by either the bugs themselves or by something else entirely. And this is all shaping to be an interesting sort of story. I'm very curious how the Little Wolves are going to end up butting heads with the other legions, because it's going to be interesting, because we know that the Emperor's Children, as prideful as they fucking are, they're probably not just gonna let just some random legion come in and then just kind of throw a wrench into their plans and wanting to prove themselves as capable. And the Blood Angels, I'm not sure about the Blood Angels in particular. I know that they're probably decent people. I know that Sanguinius is a great guy, but everybody does. But as far as his legionary sons, they have a bit of a turbulent past. They were seen as a bit of a roughnecks. I have no idea how they're going to. I'm not sure how these people are going to collaborate, and that part is the part that fascinates me the most. But yeah, let's just move on.
Saltarvitz finally got to see what the enemy looked like. They were at least 3 meters tall and sprinted on 8 metallic legs. The Megarachnid. Tarvitz saw one of them sprinting toward Lucius and fired 6 shots at it before its head exploded and the giant creature fell to the ground. That was the first kill the Emperor's Children had scored against the Megarachnid, and the second one came shortly after. After those encounters, the Emperor's Children had started to recognize the signs of incoming Megarachnid forces. The stalks around them would begin to vibrate, and the unusual chittering noise would appear out of nowhere. Then moments later, the metallic creatures would emerge from the shadows. After 4 days on the surface, they had encountered the enemies over 50 times and had developed an understanding of how to more efficiently cull them. They abandoned their bolt weapons, opting to use their blades instead. It took too many bolt rounds to kill them, whereas a well-timed blade strike could eliminate them in one hit. They felt some measure of satisfaction in learning how to kill the enemy. However, they still had a mountain of problems facing them. The Megarachnid had killed half of the squad, leaving only 15 of them alive. They had not encountered any Blood Angels or anyone else from their legion, and with the Vox remaining offline, they were operating entirely in the dark. But after 96 hours of aimless trudging through the tall, white stalks, they happened upon their first clue.
But that's a first. There are no stalks up ahead. It just opens up.
This was the first change in the environment that they had come across since they landed on the surface, and they wondered if the clearing was deliberate.
It doesn't look like anything has ever grown here.
They all stepped out into the open and took in their surroundings from all sides. The bare, red dust surface spanned for many kilometers.
Lucius, what are those?
Tarvitz was looking straight ahead at a group of white blobs roughly 3 kilometers away.
Probably more trees.
We should go and confirm.
Why? There's nothing to see, Saul. We've seen plenty of them already, and they've had no material impact on our mission.
The menacing sounds of thunder shook the ground as another shield storm started to form above them.
I suggest we move back into the forest and slay more of the megarachnid.
We've been doing that for the past 4 days, Lucius, and I would argue that killing them hasn't had much of a material impact on our mission either.
You don't take joy in killing our enemies, Saul?
The storm was growing stronger, and it seemed as if it was surrounding no other area except where the Astartes were grouped together.
Of course I do, but we've lost half of our men already fighting these things. There may be some clue over there that could help us.
Fine, Saul. We'll go investigate your precious trees.
Let's hurry before this storm gets any worse.
They sprinted across the wide open square of barren dirt, trying to reach the other side as fast as possible. The storm only grew stronger, with heavy rain pouring down and flashes of lightning illuminating the dark, yellow sky. They were quickly closing the gap between themselves and the white blobs when something swooped down from above them. Tarvitz turned around and was horrified at what he saw. An enormous bird-like creature was flying towards their group, and it appeared to be a different biological form of megarachnid. The flying beast flew at an incredible rate of speed, and it picked up one of the Astartes with long, black limbs and ascended back into the sky. Tarvitz saw at least 5 more of the wretched things lagging behind, descending towards them on their enormous, glassy wings.
There's more of them! Get down now!
Everyone dropped to the ground as fast as they could, but Sergeant Martin Thelion was too slow, and he screamed as he was lifted into the air. Before it could fly away, Lucius fired a perfectly aimed shot at the left wing of the flying megarachnid, and it disrupted it enough that Thelion was able to break free and tumble to the ground.
That was the last of them! We need to get out of this clearing!
They didn't need the order from Tarvitz to know what to do, and they raced across the clearing until they reached the white blobs. Lucius was correct. They were trees, and 5 of them towered grimly above the Astartes. Tarvitz noticed a pool of blood at the base of one of them, but he couldn't find a corpse of any kind where the blood could have originated from. And then a drop of blood fell from above him, and he suddenly understood exactly where it was coming from.
It looks like these have a purpose after all.
High above them at the top of the trees, they bore witness to a gruesome sight. The flying megarachnid had been dropping the Astartes that they had picked up onto the groups of spikes atop the trees. With the Space Marines impaled on these spikes, the megarachnid were feeding on them. Their armor had been viciously chewed through, and the flying monstrosities feasted on the remains of what lie below the thick plates of ceramite.
I only see blood angels up there.
Interesting. So, how do these trees... Okay. Interesting. I'm not sure what to make of all this so far. So we're learning how they feed. We're learning how they function. The question, of course, is why do they need to do this? Why do they need to impale them on a tree to feast on them? And secondly, what do these trees do that benefit this swarm of bugs? These are interesting questions.
None of our own.
They must be somewhere nearby.
Then we should go find them and kill any of these monsters that stand in our way.
And what do we do about them?
There's nothing we can do about them, Saul. They're dead.
I know that, Lucius. I'm not a fool. but we can't just leave them up there.
Yes, we can, and that's what we're going to do.
You're okay with our brothers being impaled onto spikes and being eaten by these disgusting things?
I didn't say that I was okay with it.
So we need to get them down from there.
And how do you suppose we're going to do that, Saul?
With these.
I noticed that my model does weird shit when I do certain expressions.
The vengeful spirit was only a...
Like when I furrow my brow, it does this. And then when I'm not furrowing my brow, it's normal. But it's only when I furrow it that it does this. What is this? Why is it doing that? Is that... Maybe there's some type of, like, expression thing going on that I'm not aware of? I'll have to investigate it later.
a few weeks away from reaching its destination. Officially, their destination was called 14020, implying that it was the 20th world brought to compliance by the 140th expedition. But because the world was not yet at compliance, it was referred to by its unofficial name, Murder. It was mentioned in passing that the reason it was called Murder had something to do with one of the Vox transmissions received from a Blood Angels captain. But Loken wasn't overly concerned with this at the moment. He was far more focused on getting his recruits trained and ready for their new squads. He had just finished drilling a class of fresh recruits when Aximan entered the small chamber. He picked up the book that was sitting on the desktop next to Loken.
Chronicles of Ursh. I haven't seen this since I was a boy.
It's new to me. I'm quite enjoying it.
Am I interrupting your reading?
No, I just finished up assigning new squads. Do you need something?
I do. I'd like to speak to you privately.
Well, go ahead, Horus.
I spoke with Vipus about what you found in Xavier's bunk.
The Lodge medal. What about it?
Aximan held a closed fist towards Loken, then opened his hand to reveal a small silver Lodge medal.
I want you to take this. There is a Lodge meeting tonight, and I'd like you to attend.
Horus, I cannot do that. I've made it known to all of my men that there will be consequences if they are involved in any Lodge activities. How could I expect my men to abide by rules that I don't follow myself?
Gaviel, this is why I want you to come to the meeting. This idea you have about the Lodge, it's misinformed. I admire your purity, I really do. But this Lodge is not what you think it is.
I don't think I can do that.
If you don't want to, I won't push the issue. All I will say is this. If you come tonight, just this one meeting, you can see for yourself what the Lodge is. If you don't like it, or you feel uncomfortable in any way, you never have to come back. You know me, Gaviel, and I would hope that you have confidence in my judgment. I would not involve myself in anything that would negatively impact the Legion.
I do, Horus.
Then come with me, tonight. Please.
Loken stood quietly for a long moment before he looked back at Aximan.
I'll come with you, Horus, because I trust you.
So he's going to one of their secret meetings, and it turns out Horus Aximan is a part of the Lodge. So what exactly is the Lodges in this universe? Like, so far it seems like a secret cabal meeting between different Space Marine members of specific legions, as well as potentially other legions, but that's about the most of what I'm getting from this.
It was dark, and although Loken had spent many decades on the Vengeful Spirit, he wasn't familiar with this part of it. In a forgotten, seldom-traveled area of the flagship's superstructure, Loken and Aximan walked the quiet corridors to the chamber of the Lodge meeting. They weren't in armor, opting for plain robes instead. Loken was uptight, his mind racing of what horrible things he was about to witness. He feared that there would be ritualistic ceremonies or prayers to shadowy gods.
Garviel, relax, brother.
I'm doing my best, Horus, but you know I'm uncomfortable with this.
You're going to feel foolish when you see what this really is.
They stood outside of an archway that led to a dark chamber.
Who approaches?
2 souls.
What are your names?
I can't say.
You may pass.
Axemen led the way, and they walked into a vast chamber that was framed by scaffolding. A group of hooded figures with their faces obscured approached them.
Show them your medal, Garviel.
Loken unclenched his hand and revealed the lodge medal, but his other hand had clenched the handle of his knife that was hidden beneath his robes.
Our guest is attending tonight's meeting because I have asked him to join me.
You may reveal yourselves.
One by one, the lodge members pulled back the hoods on their robes to reveal their faces. There were at least a dozen men, and Loken immediately recognized a handful of them. Torgadon, Ceterae, Ekadon, Vipus, and the apparent leader of the lodge, Sergar Torghast.
Welcome, Gaviel. I'm unsure if Horus informed you, but we do not permit weapons in lodge meetings. Can you please hand me your knife? I'll return it to you once the meeting is adjourned.
Loken hesitated for a moment, but handed his blade over without protest.
I never thought the day would come that I would see you here, Garvey. But I think I can speak for everyone when I say we're happy to have you here.
We'll get started momentarily. We want you to join us, but please, know that you don't have to. Our only request is that you don't speak of what or who you see here.
And if I do speak of it?
I can't stop you. It's a request, but not a requirement.
Does anybody else get the feeling, right, that the more you listen to Horus Axeman's voice, the more you start to think he would make an either he is, or he could easily fit the role of Lucien Lechance from Oblivion. I'm just waiting for him to say Sithis at just with the sickest this at the end of it. I'm expecting it because of how his voice just kind of drips that same level of just yeah. Anyways, moving on. He really does. I'm just waiting for him to just be like, Sithis.
It's certainly not a threat.
If I may, Gaviel, there's a reason you've never been invited before. It's not because we haven't wanted you here. Quite the opposite, in fact. We've never asked you to join us because you've been very outspoken in your opposition to the Warrior Lodge. To ask you to join us, it may have been misconstrued as disrespect, so we have carried on without bothering you.
Loken nodded in agreement, but didn't say a word.
I'd like to add, we take no offense. Many others have shared your feelings in the past, and some still do. We choose to respect their wishes.
If that's true, then why am I here?
Things have changed, Garviel. You're no longer a company captain. You're a lord of the Mournival. We've always wanted you here, yet we've also known of your lack of interest. After you found Xavier's medal, we believed it was the right time to ask you. We felt that you might start asking questions about the lodge, and that could bring unneeded attention to it.
So which is it then? Is it that you want me here, or that you didn't want me causing problems for you?
Would you like to hear the truth? It's both. We do want you here, we always have. But if a highly respected member of the Lunar Wolves exposed the lodge, there'll be negative repercussions for the entire Legion. Someone of your stature speaking out, it would force the War Master's hand, demanding that he act.
And he doesn't want to do that.
So you're telling me the War Master knows about the lodge?
Of course he knows about it. Does this truly surprise you? Do you really think that anything happens within the Legion that he doesn't know about?
I don't understand.
Nero Viapus had stayed quiet up until this point, but finally decided that it was the right time to make his voice heard.
You're right. You don't understand. And that's why we wanted you here.
And not because you fear me speaking out.
If you want to speak out against the Lodge, then do it. But you should at least understand what you're speaking out against.
So, they don't want him to speak out against the Lodge, but they also want him to join it. But they realize the inconvenience of him speaking out about it regardless. Is it just because of the negative reputation that's associated with the Lodge, or is it just, or are they concerned about him talking out about it simply because they don't want people to know what they get up to at, in these little events and parties? It raises more questions than it answers, but I am curious to see where it goes.
Loken had heard enough.
You said I'm free to leave, right? If that's the case, I'd like to go. I won't say a word to anyone. I won't mention any of your names, but let it be known, I'm disappointed beyond words in every single one of you.
Gabriel, please.
No, Horus. This is wrong, and you know it. All of you do. If it isn't, then why do you hide away in the darkness covering your faces?
See, he makes a valid point. What's with all the secrecy? What is this? Like, explain yourselves. That's the first thing you should do.
Why do you meet in secret? The Emperor, beloved by all, doesn't approve of this. He refuses to sanction this activity.
Loken had begun walking towards the exit of the chamber until Torgadden spoke.
Because he doesn't understand.
Loken stopped dead in his tracks. He couldn't believe what he had heard, and he suddenly felt overcome with anger. He turned around and walked towards Torgadden, standing nose to nose with him.
What did you just say?
It's true, Garviel.
There is not a single word that I could utter right now that could express my disgust for you.
The Emperor is so disconnected from us, from all of humanity. How could he understand? Who is equal to him? No one. Even the Primarchs are only but sons to him. Brotherhood. That is what we stand to gain from the Lodge, and the Emperor knows nothing of brotherhood.
What he means to say, Gabriel, is that there is no singularity of being here. We are all equals. A man of any rank, no matter how low, can speak his mind and share his concerns, and know that he will be heard.
It's true. Look at the faces you see in this chamber. Company captains, sergeants, newly recruited warriors. Rank is left at the door. Experience can be shared with younger warriors. Ideas can be proposed.
It feels like we're trying to convince you, and that isn't our goal. If your mind is made up, then we won't stop you. Just know this. For anyone in this room that doesn't know you, or hasn't had the opportunity to sit down and speak with you informally, they will leave tonight without a shred of doubt as to how solid your character is. And this is the power of the Lodge. The freedom to speak to anyone, to truly get to know them and understand them. But the choice is yours. If you're going to leave, then by all means go. We have conversing to do and wine to drink.
Or will you stay?
For a short while, I will stay.
That's a sudden change in tune. Before, he was about ready to just walk off. He was probably gonna fucking take Torik's head off. Torik? Can't even say his name. But it's, Torgadden basically just called the spade a spade, like the Emperor really is. It's funny how it's true. He's both true and simultaneously speaking almost the equivalent of heresy at this point in time. And he can get away with it. because the Imperium is not that far gone yet. All right, they don't look at the Emperor like he's a god, and he doesn't want to be worshipped either. This pre-heresy stuff is so fascinating because it's like you hear shits uttered by characters in this timeline and in this universe where you know for a fact that if they had uttered something similar, it would just be, oh, well, you say this? Okay, time to die. It's so interesting. It's so fascinating. I love the juxtaposition from the things that I know and the things that I don't know about this particular time period, because one of the fascinating things about the Horus Rising story is that it focuses on a time before the heresy where things were a little bit more free, were a bit more how do you put this? Things were a bit more free. You know, there was a lot more of like a open door policy when it came to certain discussions, among other things. But yeah, this shit's wild.
Loken didn't intend to, but he stayed for the entire meeting. All of his worst fears about what was happening at the lodge meetings turned out to be figments of his own imagination. There were no rituals, no worshipping spirits or gods, nothing even resembling it. They talked about past battles. They drank wine. They told jokes and laughed. And as they sat in small groups and casually talked amongst themselves, Loken felt overcome with guilt. He had misjudged the entire concept of warrior lodges, and he was embarrassed by his own behavior. Aximan sensed this and came over to sit next to him.
So, what do you think? Was this as horrible as you expected it to be?
Horus, I'm ashamed of myself for allowing my mind to run wild the way that it did. I built this whole thing up in my head.
Nonsense. There's no need to be ashamed. This is why we all admire you so much. You're straight up and down. You don't just speak it, you live it. But now that you've seen it for what it is...
I understand it now. I was wrong about it.
The way we embraced you tonight, Gaviel, we would love to embrace you moving forward. Would you consider it?
Would there be vows? A ceremony? Like the Mournival?
No, not at all. If you're in, you're in. There are rules, but they're very simple. What we speak about at the lodge stays here. It isn't repeated outside of the meetings. This is downtime, and especially for the younger warriors, they need to feel confident that they can freely speak without the fear of judgment or fallout.
In other words, this is a group exercise. This is HR before HR was ever a thing, which is funny to think about, actually. I mean, then again, technically, it was a thing in this universe because the modern day is technically canon, but it's still funny to think about that this is basically their equivalent of a group session. It's kind of funny to think about it like that, but that's exactly what this is. Only it has little to no ceremony, and it's just people meeting just to talk about dumb shit. It's funny.
You'll be given a medal to carry as nothing more than a token of membership. And lastly, if anyone asks you about the lodge, or anything to do with it, your answer is, I can't say.
If I were to join, would I be replacing Xavier?
No. Xavier Jubal was technically a member, but he hadn't attended a meeting in many years. That's the only reason you found his medal. He had been uninvolved with the lodge for so long, we just forgot about it.
I suppose that was my fear. With Jubal, that is. He turned into that horrible thing in the Whisperheads, and then, shortly after, I found his medal.
I understand. But the danger wasn't that he was a lodge member, Gaviel. Maybe if he had attended meetings and spoken about what was on his mind, we could have prevented that terrible tragedy from ever happening.
Loken sat quietly and contemplated Aximan's words. The meeting was an eye-opening experience. and Loken had a lot to think about.
So, what's your decision, Garviel? Will you join us again?
I can't say.
The Vengeful Spirit's journey was almost complete. Countless billions of kilometers and 12 weeks later, the world known as Murder was now visible in the distance, as were multiple ships anchored in high orbit. No one was surprised to see vessels above Murder, but it was the number of them that was puzzling.
I'm counting 29 ships, Equerry. Is this correct?
It is, Lord.
Yet the 140th has only 18, so what am I looking at?
We are running a sensor profile analysis now.
And have we received a response to our Vox greeting?
Not yet, Lord.
Send it again.
As was standard for any flotilla approaching a new world, an official greeting was broadcasted via Vox.
This is the Vengeful Spirit. We approach with diplomatic intention, representing the Imperium of Man. We request that you relinquish your weapons and acknowledge this communication.
This was the third time the greeting message had been broadcasted, and Horus wasn't expecting a response.
What now, Lord Warmaster?
War, I assume. And this time a war that I can support without hesitation. No more fighting our own kind, lost as they may be. Aliens bring out the true warrior in me. I trust this is not a problem for you, Ezekiel. An opportunity to extinguish Xenos without restraint.
Abaddon smiled as he responded to Horus.
None whatsoever, Lord.
Now, what of these unknown vessels? Does their presence require a battle line?
Perhaps, Lord. It is possible they are alien vessels.
Loken had been quietly studying the ships and felt it appropriate to voice his theory.
No. They are ours.
Ours? Do you care to explain what you mean?
They anchored in an Imperial formation. While we were en route for the past 12 weeks, another Legion must have gotten here first. I suspect, Lord, that you already knew this.
I did. I was curious to see if anyone else was paying attention.
No one said a word, and their silence effectively communicated their embarrassment for not catching something that now seemed so obvious. Horus pointed at a series of data signals on a hololithic display in front of him.
Have we been able to determine what these are? This looks like music. Can you translate this to an audio signal? They're outstation relays. The Blood Angels noted that there are at least 30 beacons repeating the same broadcast, but it cannot be translated. When you say it cannot be translated, is this what you were told from the Blood Angels, or have we analyzed it ourselves and ascertained that it can't be translated? It is what we've been told, Lord. Then we have work to do. Only a cursory glance at this data illustrates a methodical arrangement. This is a sequence, and it's structured like music. That tells me it isn't random, and that it's meant to be translated.
I will speak with Nathaniel August of the Blood Angels about this, Warmaster.
Don't waste your breath, Ezekiel. They've mismanaged this from the beginning. To be forthright, they should feel the weight of shame from these failures. Only an idiot could examine something so deliberate and declare that it cannot be translated. We'll decipher it ourselves.
Damn. He's really giving them... He's really giving them the hard line there. He literally just fucking roasted their asses. And he hasn't even been here all but 5 minutes. It's amazing. I mean, it's technically true. There is a level of incompetence here that's on display, but I feel like that the incompetency is more so due to the fact that their enemy is one that is difficult to read as well as understand their motives. And while he's certainly trying to figure that out already, you know, that actually raises another interesting question. Where is Sanguinius in all this? if Horus is this connected with his legion, what does that say about the Blood Angels and the Emperor's children? Do they not, like, is the Primarchs not involved in this operation, or like what's going on there? I guess we'll find out.
Lord, we have received confirmation that the ships are indeed Imperial. 3rd Legion Emperor's children. I have been informed that they sent a full company to the surface, led by Lord Commander Eidolon.
Any word on their progress?
Unfortunately not, Lord. The fleet lost contact with them as soon as they dropped down, and they have not been able to establish any Vox connection in nearly a week.
Horus looked down and slowly shook his head.
The incompetence on display is too much for me to bear. Inform the Blood Angels that we will be boarding their vessel.
Just as Horus had asked, Malachurst had made contact and informed the Blood Angels that they would be boarding the Misericord. But as Nathaniel August and the rest of his crew were about to find out, Malachurst didn't tell them exactly who would be boarding their ship. August and his Blood Angels commanders stood patiently in the Misericord's receiving deck to welcome the Luna Wolves on board and show them to the chamber where they would be hosting a war council. The Blood Angels were aware that they would be welcoming forces from the 63rd Expedition, and had assumed they would be lower-level members of the Luna Wolves. But as soon as the landing ramp opened and it revealed who would be joining them for the War Council, Nathaniel August's blood ran cold. Abaddon descended the ramp first, and August was in complete and utter shock. August looked on and saw the Astartes that were falling close behind Abaddon. Torgadon, Aximan, and Loken. Abaddon stood towering over Nathaniel August.
Lord Abaddon, my deepest apologies. I was not aware that the Mournival would be joining the War Council.
He was about to open his mouth to speak again, but he froze when he looked back up at the landing ramp. As August realized who was walking down the deck behind the rest of the Mournival, every Blood Angel on the receiving deck fell to one knee.
War Master!
Horus walked slowly to the bottom of the ramp, and he was surprised to see the entire deck bowing before him. Everyone except for Nathaniel August.
Master August.
Yes, Lord War Master.
That's how you know the level of respect that Horus had prior to his fall. He's only as respected as he is because he was actually competent. And the fascinating part about it is that he didn't even think he earned the title of War Master. He wanted Sanguinius to have that title, or he believed that Sanguinius would be a better fit for the title. But, you know, granted, this is the way things turned out. And, you know, to give credit where credit is due, he is an effective War Master. Like, everything he did up to this point has always been very calculated. It's also done with a level of both, what is it? What's the word I'm looking for here? He's both very conflict. What's the word I'm trying to look for? I don't want to say he has a very delicate approach to things as well as a firm approach to things, right? He knows how to be democratic while simultaneously very war driven, so to speak, right? Like he's good at leveling both hands when it comes to politics. And I feel like that's kind of an important quality to have, especially when you're leading an entire army of several different Space Marine chapters, legionaries, all in, as well as just different groups, right, with their own special interests. It's a very difficult thing to manage, I would imagine. But Horus seemed to have done that to a level of degree of efficiency that can only be described as exemplary. And that's one of the things that is so damning about Horus's fall, is that he is a guy who despite all of the bluster and the like the stuff that surrounds him, right? And even as well as how his inevitable fall was betrayed, and some people do have some umbrage with it, like it definitely hurt. It definitely hurt. It hurt the Imperium in ways that people, that it's still suffering from to this day. And I'm not even talking about just like the shit that he did to the Emperor, which led to him being sat on the throne for thousands of years. Like, we're talking like this guy, like, did a lot for the Imperium, and he was very well respected by the Emperor himself, even. But it really goes to show that even outside of like his immediate contacts, the rest of the Imperium saw him as like a very key and influential figure to the Empire. And that's such a very fascinating thing to see. Because I don't, like, we mostly hear about the importance as well as the talking points about how important somebody is. It's another thing to hear it, to see it described. And that's the part that, and the visual image of it, as well as the importance and weight and significance placed upon it, is what I really like to see in most stories. But anyways, I'm rambling. Let's move on.
Will you bow to me?
Nathaniel August's entire body trembled as he stared up at Horus, wide-eyed and still in shock.
I don't believe I can, Lord Warmaster.
And why can't you?
I don't remember how.
Horus smiled, almost feeling bad for the Fleet Master. And in a move that only the War Master himself could achieve, he bowed before Nathaniel August.
Master. Such a harsh title. May I call you Nathaniel?
Yes, Lord.
I admire you, Nathaniel. I admire any man who is proud enough to refuse to bend his knee. And I apologize for not informing you that I would be joining you.
Dude, do you see the level of play he's doing right now? His Legion knows exactly what he thinks about Nathaniel and his operation so far, and yet he's playing the game so well. It in itself is worthy of dissection here. He recognizes that they're in awe of his presence, and yet despite the fact that he could take this moment to just absolutely body them psychologically and mentally, as well as just really give them a nice heaping helping of just humble pie here. He's taking the time to assuage their egos and basically just kind of be like, hey, I'm here to help you. You don't need to look at me with such awe. I am just as much an admirance as well as just considerate of your circumstances as you are of mine. And it's such a fucking weird thing to see, because he's a Primarch and he's the War Master, and he could easily, and we already heard him talk about how he doesn't approve of how this entire conflict has been going. He could just take this moment to just deliver the most humblest of ass whippings right now. Just a real L to these people. And instead of doing that, he's basically taking the diplomatic approach. That's the word I've been looking for. And it's such an interesting thing to see. I wonder what he's going to do going forward. Is he basically trying to earn their trust as a means to more firmly take control of the situation? Or is he doing this because he doesn't want to completely obliterate this legion, or at least this particular group, simply because, out of respect for Sanguinius? I have no idea. There's a lot we can infer from this, but it's such an interesting approach that he's taking with this.
I have no doubt that you would have spent precious time organizing a lavish welcome ceremony.
Nathaniel August smiled at Horus, and he began to relax as he slowly nodded in agreement.
But truthfully, Nathaniel, I don't care much for lavish ceremony. And I didn't want you spending your time inadequately, because we don't have much of it left.
Horus rose to his feet, and he looked out at the blood angels that were surrounding him, still on one knee.
All of you, please rise to your feet. There is work to be done and Xenos to exterminate. Let us prepare for our war council.
No, my model isn't doing that anymore. Now when I throw up my brow, it's just normal.
With a newfound energy and confidence, Nathaniel August and a group of his fleet command officers prepared the strategium for a war council. Between the Blood Angels and the Emperor's children, there were now 250 Astartes that were missing at best, and dead at worst. August understood that this reflected poorly on him, but as he prepared to explain his decision-making and plead his case to the War Master, he was about to learn the true weight of his actions.
So let me get this straight. You sent 50 Blood Angels down, and they vanished immediately. Then you decide to try the exact same thing again, just one more time, and you send another 50 to their death.
Captain, if I may.
But a full company wasn't enough, was it? So why not 50 more?
I was only following orders from...
Horus shot Aximand a stern glance and motioned for him to stop speaking.
Horus, calm yourself. He only did what he was told. My apologies, Lord.
I don't think an apology is necessary. I would be willing to forgive your first mistake, even though the magnitude of it is tremendous. But to authorize 2 additional drops, and then idly stand by as another full company-made descent is reprehensible.
I see. I guess Horus already knew that his sons were going to do the job of essentially playing of lecturing them for him. So he probably didn't feel the need to actually berate them as much as he could. That's a pretty. I'm not sure how do I put this. That's a pretty decent reason why he should probably play good cop in this scenario instead of the bad cop. It's kind of he knows how to play the game. Yeah, let's just move on.
I'll give you credit for one thing, Commander August. If this happened under my watch, I'd be too ashamed to show my face.
Fair.
I don't believe he deserves a single scrap of credit. Besides, this wouldn't have happened under your watch, Tarek. You're not a witless fool.
Oh, they really are just fucking destroying him. Really are doing Horus's job for him. And honestly, that's pretty appropriate, considering that if Horus was the one saying it, I'm pretty sure their ego would absolutely be obliterated. Like, we're talking non-existent. I'm sure this man would probably kill him. He probably end himself in Minecraft as a result of Horus saying these things, and not because his legion sons were saying this. Yeah, I could kind of see this now. This is an interesting approach.
You know what I think, Commander? I think we should send you down. You seem to be more than comfortable watching everyone else drop to their grave. Let's see how you fare.
Damn.
I acknowledge that I made a mistake, but I didn't feel that sitting on my hands was the right thing to do.
Come on, Commander. I can help you into your drop pod.
Enough. All of you. Commander August made a mistake. A series of mistakes, perhaps. But we're not here to rehash his every error. We're here to resolve the issue.
What about the Emperor's children? Did they not know that support was on the way?
I strongly advised Lord Commander Eidolon against going to the surface. But he shut me down.
Did he say why?
Not specifically, no. Just a vague implication that they were the Emperor's children, and that they would be handling it from there.
It sounds to me like Lord Commander Eidolon wants to bask in the glory.
What a shame. And what a feat that you have the blood of 2 different legions on your hands.
I couldn't have stopped him even if I wanted to, Captain. And do you think I'm happy about any of this?
Silence. There is nothing more to discuss here. Commander, I have no doubt that you understand how appalling this is. It is only because of the severity of the situation that my Lunar Wolves are speaking so audaciously. We thank you for briefing us on this matter, and we will take it from here.
May I ask, Lord Warmaster, how you will proceed?
We will consider all of our available options and inform you once a decision has been made. Now, if you will please excuse us, I would like to speak with the Mournival in private.
And without another word, Nathaniel August and his officers vacated the room, with only the War Master and the Mournival remaining. As the door closed behind Nathaniel August, Horus turned to look at his sons and smiled widely.
Well done, my friends.
Before they entered the Strategium to meet, Aximan had quickly briefed Loken on what their role would be. The current state of affairs was an outright disaster, but the War Master wouldn't be able to adequately fix the problem if he didn't have the admiration and cooperation of the Blood Angels. The Mournival would eviscerate Commander August, criticizing his every mistake and move, leaving the way for the War Master to play the calm diplomat, in turn winning him and his crew over.
You're a natural, Garville. I thought for a moment you might cause the poor commander to break down in tears.
Wow, the fact that he had that this was actually a strategy and this wasn't just something that happened naturally is just as interesting. He actually plotted this. He planned to do this. That just speaks more to the merits of his character as not just as a diplomat, but also as just like, a strategic thinker as well. It's God, this is turning into a very interesting story. Let's move on.
With how big a mess that he made of all this, it was rather easy.
That is true.
His incompetence is a more serious.
That is true. The more someone makes a mistake, the easier it is to really criticize and just really dig deep into that issue. And take it from me, as somebody who has many reasons to criticize himself and does it every single day. It's very easy to take one's own mistakes and just kind of really serve your own ass on a silver platter. Anyways, no, you can even do the same thing to other people, especially on places like the Twitter, and God help you, if you really want to do the most, Blue Sky is another interesting one, and the fucking natural disasters that are on that platform. But anyways, it's you could easily run a mile on some of these platforms, let me tell you. Like Twitter, you can get a pretty good mileage out of that if that's what you want to do, but Blue Sky, oh no, that's a challenge. That's a challenge because you don't know if you have enough time in your day to really antagonize the entirety of the platform into such a outright seething revolts that it becomes a problem into itself. Like there are layers to this. Anyways, I'm kind of getting a bit pedantic here. It's just interesting to see how this was all laid out strategically and was done to a calculated degree by Horus's part, and seeing how everyone performed to the letter is just as equally as interesting, because they did not hold anything back. They were fucking savage, man. Like, I would be embarrassed if I was fucking Mournival in that situation. Not Mournival, but August in that situation. I would be like, ugh. I would be cowering at that point. My head would be receding into my ceramide at that point. I would be that embarrassed, because it is embarrassing, right? It's one thing if he sends 100 of his brothers down to the surface to basically get eviscerated. It's another thing, right, that the Emperor's children decide, oh, I'm gonna go do my own thing, and then he goes down there and they haven't heard from him since. And, like, it's one thing if the Emperor's children were the only ones to contribute to the mess that is this operation. But the fact that he sends 100 of his brothers down to complement it definitely makes it seem like he was by far the most incompetent. It doesn't help his case, to be sure. Though when working with the Emperor's children, you're bound to probably, have a lot more problems than you're willing to shake a stick at, right? Because they present a specific problem that can only be described as they are tactically and how do I put this? They're probably both tactically and I wouldn't say ethically, but they are morally inclined. They have this problem that it has to do with their ego that is just so out of this world that you have to approach the Emperor's children like you would approach almost kind of like a child, right? I imagine you would have to basically placate them. You'd have to be willing to kind of assuage their egos. You have to be willing to do the most to get them to kind of come to terms and see your point of view and see the error of their own ways even, and just kind of just begin to really see the strategy being on display, as well as see the actual merits of their decisions as well as other people's decisions. And you'd have to be willing to do a lot of shit just to get them to even take any of it at face value without needing to actively want to quote-unquote humble them at every given opportunity. It must just be awful. I can't imagine.
Matter than he realizes. I fully expect him to be formally charged once this is all over. But for the moment, morale is our top priority. Now, let's get to work. We have quite the mess to clean up.
Chapter 4.
This is a stupid idea, Saul.
Your opposition is noted.
What exactly do you think you're accomplishing here? Why would you waste charges like this? We're probably going to need them.
Sol Tarvitz was rigging sets of charges to the base of the trees, where his deceased Blood Angel's brethren rested.
I'm not trying to accomplish anything, Lucius. But I won't be able to live with myself, knowing that I left my brothers to rot on spikes, to be eaten by Xenos. The trees are coming down.
Sol finished securing the last group of charges to a tree, and was planning his escape route. He had to avoid the winged megarachnid creatures from attacking him as he ran away. He also had to ensure that he didn't blow himself up.
Before you detonate these, I just want you to know I strongly object to this idea.
Run!
Objection noted.
Activated the charges and began sprinting away from the trees. They hadn't covered much ground before the flying megarachnid spotted them, and a group of them appeared in the sky.
15 more seconds! Don't slow down!
The megarachnid swooped down and attempted to pick Tarvitz up, but he ducked and rolled to the left, narrowly dodging the winged Xeno. Another one headed straight towards them, but Lucius fired his bolter and ruptured the megarachnid's head.
5 seconds! Run towards the stalks!
And just as the Emperor's children reached the edge of the forest, the charges detonated. The explosion immediately collapsed the trees to the ground, and vivid waves of fire shot out in every direction. Dust and smoke filled the air, and the ground was charred from the explosion's blaze. The wall of fire didn't reach as far as the stalks, and the Astartes made it out unscathed. Ashes of scorched megarachnid corpses smoldered in the aftermath of the blast, and Lucius glared disapprovingly at Tarvitz as he spoke.
I hope you're proud of yourself.
Tarvitz and his men had just narrowly escaped being killed in the blast. They ducked out of the forest and walked back towards where the trees once stood. Tarvitz didn't have a grand strategy in mind when he decided to blow them up. He simply wanted his deceased brothers to rest honorably and not to be used as a feeding mechanism for enemy Xenos. But he was soon to learn that his decision to destroy the trees would be a pivotal turning point for them. For the first time since they had landed on the surface, the storms had cleared up, and the dark night sky had finally become visible. Following the explosions, Lord Commander Eidolon and his men felt the ground shake and saw the plumes of smoke in the distance. When they decided to investigate, they were reunited with what remained of the squad, led by Tarvitz and Lucius. The combined total of all remaining Emperor's children was less than 50 Astartes.
It figures that the trees were the ones controlling the weather. I'm assuming then that they must be working in tandem with the bugs. It might be more of a symbiotic relationship, right? Like the bugs hunt the animals and creatures, put them on the trees suck up the blood as a form of nutrients, and it's essentially a Darwinistic sort of life cycle that kind of works in tandem with the way that the habitat and the nature works on this planet in a more harmonious fashion. And we still have yet to solve the rhythmatic signal that the Luna Wolves were getting, but I'm sure that's going to be approached at some point here.
Leading Tarvitz to believe that Eidolon had suffered a similar amount of losses. He knew that Eidolon had ordered the drop because he was seeking the prestige that would have come from rescuing the Blood Angels. Instead, over half of the company was now dead, and there was no guarantee that the remaining Emperor's children would survive another week on the world.
So, you located dead Blood Angels on top of the trees?
Yes, Lord.
And you then felt it wise to use all of your remaining charges to blow up the trees?
Lord, it sickened me to see our brothers' corpses being consumed by these Xenos. I blew up the trees, so that could no longer happen.
What an utter waste of resources. You disappoint me, Captain.
Tarvitz wanted nothing more than to rebuke his Lord Commander, but he bit his tongue and said nothing. He knew that if it weren't for his decision to blow up the trees, that Eidolon and his men would have likely never found them. But Tarvitz didn't care enough to argue with Eidolon. He was satisfied with the outcome that came from his actions, ultimately feeling more confident in their chances of survival now that their forces had merged.
I told him the same thing, Lord. I said that using all of the charges was a bad idea and that we should save them. But he chose not to listen.
The comment from Lucius caught Tarvitz by surprise. If Eidolon didn't approve of his decision, that was something he could live with, but he was disappointed that a close friend would openly undermine him to make himself look better.
I mean, it's the Emperor's children. I kind of half expect that to happen, but I could kind of understand that point of view. I think it's more interesting that Eidolon doesn't see the result of the explosion for what it is and isn't immediately just being like, well, at least your incompetence and your use of and your whimsical use of resources has at least enlightened us of a nice new strategy we can employ to destroy the bugs and further liberate the planet from the Xenos monstrosity. I'm half expecting that to come from this conversation, but so far it seems more like Eidolon's a fucking idiot the more he talks, so I don't know, we'll see.
Tarvitz said nothing in response and stood silently in front of his commander.
The Blood Angels will ask for proof of their dead warriors. Did you take something with you that could prove your claims? A piece of armor? Anything?
No, Lord, there was no time. Once we set the charges, we retreated so we weren't caught in the blast.
And now there's nothing left to identify them after you foolishly destroyed everything with your charges. Brilliant work, Captain. But you know what? You're going to make sure. You and your men are going to search through the rubble for as long as it takes to see if you can find anything.
Yes, Lord.
The damned Vox is finally functioning, so you are to contact me the moment you find anything.
Eidolon was right. Shortly before the two groups reconvened, the Vox had mysteriously come back online. Tarvitz wondered to himself if this was somehow correlated with the disappearance of the storms. He gathered the few of his remaining men and was preparing to start searching through the rubble.
Do they now realize that the trees were responsible for the storms? You think they you think they pieced 2 and 2 together with that one, right? Like the trees were responsible with the storms, but the Vox coming back, they didn't correlate that until just now. I don't know. I thought Astartes were supposed to be smarter than this. I don't know. I know that for writing purposes, a lot of writers will take certain liberties with certain materials to tell a story, but it's like I would certainly like to imagine, right, that they're not this, that it's even the Emperor's children, right? Like they're not, like, granted they're prideful as shits, but they're not incompetent. They're not this stupid. Let's be honest about this. All right, they're not, for all the posturing and the bluster, they are not this fucking retarded. I'm just saying.
They were standing only a short distance from where the trees once stood, surrounded by ashy piles of debris and dirt. But as he looked back across the huge open space of the clearing, he saw something alarming. Megarachnid, an enormous group of them, the biggest he had seen yet. Then the chittering noise began, and the stalks of grass behind him began to vibrate. Tarvitz realized at the same time as everyone else what was happening, and within seconds, they were being swarmed from all sides. Their combined squads meant they had more firepower to fight against the enemy. But as Tarvitz saw the sheer numbers of the Megarachnid, he knew what this was. This was their last stand. If they failed to withstand this enemy barrage, they were all dead. The sounds of bolter fire and blades crashing against the metallic enemies was deafening. Winged Megarachnid flew overhead, and the Emperor's children fired their weapons into the sky on full auto. Tarvitz was swinging his blade with astonishing precision, delivering death to the vile creatures one by one. He saw Lucius and Eidolon on either side of him, fighting furiously, driving their blades into the enemy's weak spots and sending them tumbling to the ground. But it wasn't enough. There were too many of them, and little by little, the Astartes were being overpowered. 4 of the Emperor's children had been cut down by the razor-sharp limbs of the Megarachnid, and another 2 had been picked up by the airborne variants. Their numbers were dwindling, and the wave of enemy forces kept coming. Tarvitz heard a loud clap of thunder, the low boom drowning out the surrounding sounds of battle. He assumed it was another shield storm, and tried his best to ignore the sound as he focused on cutting down the enemies around him. He turned around and saw a Megarachnid lunging through the air towards him. It was too late, and Tarvitz knew it. He didn't have enough time to attack, nor did he have enough time to move out of the way and avoid the Xenos. But right before his inevitable death, something fell out of the sky and crushed the 8-legged alien.
We've got meteors coming down!
They watched in shock as more and more of the rocks fell from the sky, and then the transmission came in over their Vox units.
Emperor's children, this is Luna Wolf's 63rd Expedition. Be advised the drop pods are landing at your location.
Lucius? They're not meteors, they are drop pods!
The Megarachnid swarmed the quickly descending drop pods, but the tide had begun to turn for the Astartes on the surface. The Xenos were suddenly overwhelmed, unable to focus on the Emperor's children and the drop pods of reinforcements falling from above them at the same time. Luna Wolf spilled from the pods and immediately engaged the Megarachnid. As one of the enemy Xenos was blown to pieces by a series of bolt rounds, one of its limbs flew off and hit Tarvitz in the chest, knocking him to the ground. As he lay on his back with his vision blurry, he felt something reach down and grab his hand. He saw a white, ceramite glove pulling him to his feet. A Luna Wolf.
Thank you, brother. Who are you?
Captain Targadon, but you can call me Tarek.
Captain Eidolon's current plight was rich with irony. he made the decision to drop to the surface without any support, with the hopes of rescuing his brother Legion and basking in the triumph of a hero. Instead, nearly 70 Astartes died as a result of his negligence, and rather than rescuing his brothers, he was the one being rescued by the Lunar Wolves. 4 full companies of 16th Legion Astartes dropped down to the surface, and their numbers and firepower brought a swift end to the Megarachnid's assault. As the dust settled from the ferocious battle, Torgadon began gathering information from Salt Tarvitz.
What happened here, Captain Tarvitz? I was told that a full company had dropped. Where are the others?
This is all that's left, sir.
Torgadon sighed and slowly shook his head. He was communicating to his men on the ground over Vox, ordering them to set up perimeter security and to administer aid to any injured Emperor's children.
It's a real shame, Captain. What happened here? You could have waited.
Before Torgadon had a chance to finish his thought, Eidolon inserted himself into the conversation.
Could have waited? And who are you to spout such a bold proclamation? I'm the commander in charge here, the one that just saved your life. I am Eidolon, Lord Commander Eidolon. Torgadon. Given the circumstances, I understand if you don't bow. I forgive your lack of etiquette. Knowing what I do about how you handled this situation, I can't think of one circumstance that would cause me to bow to you.
Eidolon turned his head slightly and squinted his eyes.
Torgadon, we appreciate your support. We were outnumbered. Had you not intervened, the situation could have become dire, and we thank you for that. But I must caution you against continuing to speak to me in such a tone. Doing so may result in your inadvertently insulting me. You Lunar Wolves, you were not brought up to understand chain of command or manners. Because of this, I am willing to overlook your behavior, but remember, Torgadon, I am not one of your brash, unruly brothers. I am Lord Commander Eidolon of the Emperor's Children. It's Captain Torgadon, and I assure you that any insult coming from me is not inadvertent. It's deliberate.
Eidolon took 2 steps forward and stood face to face with Torgadon.
I won't tolerate another word of disrespect, Captain. And I am here because the War Master refused to tolerate another demonstration of your incompetence. He's been studying the mess you've made here, and he sent us brash, mannerless Lunar Wolves to clean it up. The War Master will tell Fulgrim of your failure here, if he hasn't already. You have the audacity to speak my Primarch's name so casually. When Horus speaks to Fulgrim, War Master Horus. Your War Master. Don't you dare disrespect the name of the War Master ever again.
Torgadon wasn't backing off at all, and Eidolon was flustered by his aggression.
I can't say this isn't earned. I'm enjoying the conflict here because it is palpable. It is absolutely deserving, too. These motherfuckers are so terrible. I do not know how Eidolon became commander of anything, but holy shit, he needed to hear this. But at the same time, right, there is a sort of diplomatic lenience that we could approach with this situation, but granted, I'm with Torgadon on this one. I'd rather just, dish out the criticism and think about the repercussions later. He came in with the fire. He came in, right, with the bluster, the posturing, everything, even insulting your Primarch to your face. It only seems logical, right? You would return the favor.
My mistake, Captain. I would never disrespect our Lord War Master. That's a wise choice. You were so eager to be the savior down here that you made a rash decision, and now you have the blood of 70 men on your hands. I have nothing left to say to you, Lord Eidolon. But just remember, I am the War Master's proxy here, and next time you speak to me, you will address me as if I were the War Master himself. Are we clear? Yes, Captain. We are clear. Good. Now get on your way.
Eidolon's face flushed red, and he walked away in a bout of anger.
My apologies for the interruption. Now, where were we?
Anything you need from me, Captain, let me know. I'm ready to assist in any way that I can.
Thank you, Captain. Your commander could stand to learn a bit of humility from you. Get your men together and I'll debrief with you shortly.
Captain Torgadden, before you go, I have a question for you.
What is it?
How did you know where to drop?
There was only one place to drop, Captain. This area right here was the only spot where the storm opened up.
Loken, Abaddon, and Aximan stood waiting on the Strategium deck for any sign of good news from the surface. Horus had only authorized the drop once the shield storm had died off, and localized Vox scatter was detected on the world below. The War Master was still cautious in his approach, however, and only authorized one member of the Mournival to descend to the surface. Torgadden had volunteered to go, and after 4 hours of patiently waiting, his Mournival brothers on the bridge had finally received his signal.
Our drop and subsequent engagement with the enemy has been successful. We're setting up a command post now. Once finished, we'll be deciding on a tactical plan forward.
Did you suffer any losses?
No losses, but a handful of sustained injuries. We have them in a temporary Medicaid tent.
What about the Emperor's children? Are they alive?
Some of them, but their company sustained heavy losses. We will be...
The patchy Vox connection dropped, and the crew on the Vengeful Spirit was unable to re-establish communication.
What do we do now?
We let him do his job. It sounds to me like he has the situation under control.
I'd feel better if I knew what his next move was.
As would I. But the War Master trusted him to drop, so let's give him time to execute. Tarek's a smart man. He'll be fine.
I'm sure he will be, but I'm not taking any chances. I have Stormbirds ready to disembark and extract them at even the slightest sign of trouble.
I don't believe he'll need extraction, Ezekiel.
I hope you're right. But we've already lost more than 2 companies. I would hate to add losses to a 3rd Legion.
Maybe Gaviel is right, Ezekiel. Let's stay prepared, but I trust that Tarek will prevail.
Horus had retreated to his private chamber as Malachurst, and Loken was beginning to think that the War Master had decided upon the best course of action. The air on the deck was thick with tension, and Loken wanted to get away from the high-stress environment. He peered over at the Strategium rail down at the bridge and watched hundreds of ship officers and servitors scurry about.
I have a couple of matters to attend to. If things on the surface change, vox me, and I'll come straight here.
Abaddon gave him a nod, and Loken left the Strategium deck, walking down a set of stairs and through the bustling bridge. After arriving in his arming chamber, he quickly ran through his exercises. They were designed to help with concentration and mental clarity, but he quickly became bored with them and sought another distraction. As Loken searched for anything to keep him from anxiously checking for word from Torgadden, he looked over and saw the Chronicles of Ursh. He had all intentions of reading it earlier, but he had been busier than expected on the voyage from 6319. As he flipped through the pages, he was amused by what he was reading. Cinnamon was right. The bloody tales of war were appealing to him, and he found a strange comfort in the vile stories. The writing told tales of a time that had long passed, with descriptions of warriors bearing thunderbolt and lightning emblems and saluting each other with a fist over their chest. It was odd to read such expressive stories that took place before the formalization of the Imperium, and Loken wondered if the Emperor would be mentioned in these writings. He began skipping ahead to search for any such passages, but as his eyes darted across the pages, he noticed something. Loken read the passage, then stopped and returned to the beginning. He read it again, but this time he did so out loud.
Unto the terrible likeness of demons, they turned upon their kin, and gnawed them upon their bloody bones.
I wonder what importance that's going to serve.
Torgadon organized the 4 companies of Luna Wolves into multiple squads. 2 hours had gone by since they landed on the surface, and there had been no more sightings of the megarachnid. They were stationed in their respective squads at the edge of the clearing where the trees once stood, and multiple squads spilled into the surrounding stalk forest as they awaited their orders. Deeper into the forest, dark gray clouds loomed above, and vicious shield storms raged. But strangely enough, the sky directly above the clearing was completely clear. It was morning now, and Tarvitz realized as he looked up that he had never seen the world's sky during the day until just now. He had spent the last 2 hours helping Torgadon and his men fortify the perimeter. The tension between Torgadon and Eidolon had not eased up, and Tarvitz watched them from a distance as they screamed at one another during another spirited argument. It appeared that the two were at an impasse, with both of them holding different opinions on how to proceed, and neither one of them willing to budge on their position. Torgadon had heard enough from Eidolon and walked away.
Captain Tarvitz, may I speak with you for a moment?
Of course, Captain.
We've only just met, but you strike me as one of the more competent members of the company here. Tell me something. Is he always like this?
I don't understand the question, sir.
Your commander, Eidolon. Does he always conduct himself this way? His pompous, ignorant mannerisms are beginning to wear on my patience.
Lord Eidolon's conduct is of no relevance to me, Captain. He is my commander, and it is my duty to serve him.
And what of his decision to drop here, even with overwhelming evidence indicating that you were jumping into a death trap? Did you agree with that decision?
I was given orders and I obeyed them.
But did you feel it was the right decision?
It is not my place to say whether the decision was right or wrong.
Okay, Captain, I get it. Let me rephrase the question. Let's pretend that you and your commander's roles were reversed. If you had been in the commander's position, and it was your decision, would you have ordered the drop?
No, I would not have.
Why not?
I would have felt it unnecessarily reckless, and I would have preferred to wait for additional support.
Thank you for speaking candidly.
It was that easy to get him to basically say, yeah, no, that was a fucking dumbass decision. I love that. That was a little, that wasn't just candid, that was too candid. That was just like, oh yeah, an excuse to finally berate my commanding officer. I will give Saul this, man. He's been a real one so far. I hope that he becomes commander after Eidolon, because holy shit, the Emperor's Children could use more people with this level of humility. At least with a level of care that seems indicative to the situation and circumstances that they're finding themselves in, because this shit is getting a little too out of hand right now.
You're welcome, Captain. May I do so again?
I would welcome that.
We are Emperor's children, and we are eminently proud. To be shown up, belittled, or to have our efforts diminished, we strongly dislike it.
Nobody likes having their efforts diminished, Captain.
But especially the Emperor's children. I'm not going to undermine my commander, nor will I defend his conduct. I only wish to illuminate this fact, and maybe you can better understand why he is reacting as he is.
I admire the Emperor's children. I always have. I served alongside you all when I was a junior officer, and I still regard your Legion as the best I've ever had the honor of serving alongside. But that Legion is unrecognizable today. The arrogance that your commander exudes is astonishing.
Our ethos is about purity, sir. We model ourselves on the Emperor, beloved by all, and I recognize that this can seem arrogant.
There's no purity in pride.
We do understand, though perhaps some better than others.
Well, it's time for us to press on. Your commander has a theory about how to proceed, but given his poor judgment in coming down here in the first place, I'm having a difficult time giving his proposal much support.
If you don't mind me asking, how do you think we should proceed?
I'm still trying to figure that out. Tell me, how many charges do you and your men have on you?
None, sir. I used them all to blow up the trees that were here.
Torgadon's facial expression changed when he heard this, almost as if he were surprised at what he was hearing.
You blew up the trees? Tell me more about that.
3 of them were standing right over there. Our brothers' corpses were perched on spikes at the top of them, and the megarachnid were eating their remains. I couldn't leave them like that, so we strapped charges to the base of the trees and brought them down.
But when you say we strap charges, who are you referring to?
Well, me. I took the last of the charges that Captain Lucius had left, and then used the rest of mine.
And where was your commander when you made this decision?
I'm not sure. We had been split up for a week, and we weren't able to communicate because the storms had blocked out the Vox signal.
But once the trees came down, the storm cleared up.
That's correct, sir.
What did your commander think of your decision to blow up the trees?
He disagreed with it.
Why is that?
He said it was a waste of resources.
Torgadon looked up at the clear skies and started laughing.
Oh, that's really interesting, Captain. Your commander's just spent a solid 10 minutes telling me how he blew up the trees and suggested that they could be generating the shield storms. Oh, he said that once he destroyed them, that the storms here vanished.
Man, fuck this guy. Fuck his snobby-looking face. You know, I said Andrew Wilson had a punchable face. This motherfucker's starting to have a real punchable face right about now. God damn it.
He suggested that we find more of them and destroy those as well, in turn eliminating their most effective weapon.
Tarvitz felt a tinge of discouragement upon hearing that his commander was attempting to take credit for his actions, but he took it in stride and chose not to correct Eidolon's story.
Maybe he's right about the storms.
Maybe he is. But I feel much better about the idea now that I know it was yours.
That's all Tarek needed to know, was that he was the one who came up with the idea. The only competent soldier among them made the decision, and therefore there's credibility to it now. You know, for a Legion that cares so much about wanting to have a very stellar reputation, their reputation isn't looking so stellar at the moment.
Within the hour, Torgadon had agreed that the plan to destroy the trees was to be put into action. Multiple squads filed out of the clearing and back into the forest. Heavy tanks led the way, utilizing mounted blades to cut down the stalks that stood in their way. They encountered 3 waves of enemy forces, but with the staggering amount of Luna Wolves, the Megarachnid were up against a much more formidable foe. The Luna Wolves had the advantage of firepower and numbers, and because of their decision to cut down all the stalks around them, they also had the advantage of range. They spotted the Megarachnid coming from kilometers away, and were able to pick them off with their bolt weapons. After 4 hours of moving through the forest, they reached a large plateau. The environment here was much different, and the once forest-like surroundings had been replaced with wet marshes and unusual fungal growths. As they descended down the plateau, they saw 9 humongous marble-white trees up ahead. They were kilometers ahead of them, but Torgadon could clearly see what was on top of them.
Tarvitz, I'll let you show the squad the correct way to bring those cursed things down to the ground.
It would be my pleasure, Captain.
When Loken had first picked up the Chronicles of Ursh, he was mildly entertained. But after reading the passage about a man becoming a demon and turning on his own at least 5 times, he was transfixed on the book. He read page after page and found himself completely invested in the story. There were parts of the text that were unclear, that referred to magic and sorcery. References were made to dark, primitive gods, but they were made in a way that inferred the reader would have possessed a prior knowledge of them. By the time Loken reached the end of the story, he realized he had been reading for hours, and he had to double-check to ensure that he didn't miss an alert. He thought of Cinderman and what he had said about the book. He wondered if he had truly recommended it because of the dramatized war narrations, or if there was a more deliberate reason. Whatever it wasn't important now. Loken knew that he might be called into combat at any moment, and he needed his mind to be clear. He touched a rune on the control panel of the Vox plate mounted to his wall and waited for a response.
Officer of the Watch, can I assist you, Captain Loken?
Has there been any contact from the spear tip?
Nothing yet. I will let you know if I receive anything.
Thank you.
Loken walked back over to his desk and picked the book back up. Placed next to it was a small piece of parchment from an old oath paper, and he picked it up to place it in the manuscript as a bookmark. He opened up a small crate on the floor to set the book inside with the rest of his personal items, and he suddenly thought of Xavier Jabal. He realized as he looked inside the crate that just like Jabal, he had almost no personal items to speak of. How many decades had he spent serving the Legion, and how many were spent on this very ship? A warrior would have more to show for it than a couple of trophies and personal mementos. If he were to perish in battle and, terror forbid, someone had to clear out his belongings, there would be precious little to dispose of. At the bottom of the chest, he spotted the data slate that Keeler had gifted him. He grabbed it and turned it on with the activation rune on the side. It was the first time he had looked through its contents since Carcassy gave it to him outside the retreat. He had forgotten how profound the images on it were. He flipped through each of the pics, marveling at them all over again. As he looked them over, he stopped on the image of the Mournival and stared at it for several moments. The image was monumental, and he thought to himself how proud Euphrates Keeler should be of herself, that she was able to capture it the way that she did. Just like he had with the Chronicles of Ursh, Loken caught himself becoming engrossed with the contents of the data slate and felt it best to put it away. He transferred the pics back into their correct folder, but right as he was about to deactivate the slate, he noticed another file. Whatever it was, he hadn't noticed it before, and he opened it to see what it was. As he attempted to open it, a prompt appeared on the screen that read, "In confidence." He bypassed the prompt, and an image appeared on the slate. It was almost pitch black, and it appeared as if Keeler had captured the image by mistake. He flipped through a couple of similar images until one appeared on the screen that caused Loken's blood to run cold. An off-colored, distorted image of Xavier Jabal appeared, but it wasn't Xavier Jabal. It was whatever he had become after he murdered Loken's men. Loken couldn't take his eyes off the screen, and he felt his heart rate elevating. He finally looked away from the slate and realized that he was gripping it so hard that he could have snapped it in pieces had he squeezed it any harder. Loken removed his armor as quickly as he could and put on brown robes. He grabbed the data slate and a small, portable Vox unit and rushed out of the door of his arming chamber. As he briskly walked down the corridor outside, he saw Vipus standing near one of the barracks chambers.
Garvey, what are you doing?
There is something that requires my immediate attention. I don't have time to explain.
But where's your armor? We could get called to battle at any moment.
I know, Nero, but this is important. I won't be gone long. If we get called upon and I haven't returned, vox me immediately.
Should I be worried?
No. I don't believe so. Just cover for me, please.
Vipus didn't say a word. He nodded his response to Loken and watched as he disappeared down the flagship corridor.
I'm starting to think that you're a damn cheater, Ignis.
Now, Curtis, don't mistake my abundance of skill for cheating. Keep practicing, and maybe one day you'll beat me.
You're a liar. A liar and a damn cheater.
I am a lot of things, my friend, but a liar is not one of them. Why don't I leave this hand to you all, and I come back with some wine? Would that make you feel better?
As a matter of fact, it would.
Ignace left a game of cards to the Remembrancers as he marched through the retreat. He had become friends with a sculptor named Christopher Bartunik, and he quickly learned that Christopher had a seemingly endless supply of drinks. Carcassy had beaten Bartunik in a game of Mercy Mercy a week or so earlier, and Bartunik owed him a bottle for his win. He walked from table to table, asking if anyone had seen Christopher, but he wasn't having any luck. Carcassy thought he saw him sitting at a table near the entrance of the retreat, but as he began walking towards him, he froze in his tracks.
Oh, what in the name of terror is he doing here?
A man in a hooded robe walked into the entrance and was scanning the retreat from left to right. Judging by how much taller the man was than anyone else in the chamber, he knew he wasn't a man, but an Astartes. And after looking at him for a few seconds, he knew exactly who it was. Captain Loken. Ignace rushed over to the entrance door to meet him and approached him from the side.
Captain Loken? Is that you?
Hello, Ignace. I didn't see you there.
What are you doing here?
I'm looking for someone.
I assumed as much. I don't think I've ever seen you actually step foot inside of the retreat. Do you want to step outside for a moment? I'm sure I can help you find whoever it is that you're looking for.
Seeing an Astartes inside the retreat was not a common occurrence, and Ignace noticed the bustling groups of Remembrancers had begun staring at them.
Thank you, Ignace. I would appreciate that.
They stepped outside of the archway door and stood in their normal meeting spot.
What is it, Captain? How can I be of service?
It's Euphrates. I need to speak with her. Is she in there?
No, sir. This isn't the type of place that she frequents.
Where can I find her?
She doesn't get out much, Captain. She's more than likely in her personal quarters.
Could you tell me where that is?
Of course, but I'm surprised that you didn't ask the watch officer.
Ignace, it's rather important that I find her, and quickly. Are you going to help me?
Ignace could tell by the tone of Loken's voice that he was in no mood to discuss the topic further, and pointed to a staircase behind them.
Her quarters are up there. Follow me, I'll show you the way.
The two headed off and ascended up the stairwell to the residential deck of the ship. They reached a long, drab corridor lined with doors on both sides. Carcassy led the way down the hall until they reached a door near the end of the corridor.
This is it. I can see if she's here.
Thank you, Ignace.
Ignace knocked on the large metal door.
Euphrates, are you in there? It's me, Ignace.
They heard the muffled sound of people talking in a hushed tone, followed by the small, rectangular shutter on the door sliding open.
What do you want?
Hello there. I'd like to speak with Euphrates.
Euphrates doesn't want to speak with you.
Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt, but if you could tell her that it's important.
If you don't piss off right now, I'm gonna come out there and deal with you.
I don't want any trouble, I just want to speak with Euphrates.
The door swung open, and a young soldier wearing nothing but a pair of Imperial Army pants stepped out towards Ignace.
I told you! Piss off!
Just as the soldier reached out to grab Ignace, he saw the giant figure of Captain Loken, who had been standing outside of the soldier's line of sight. Loken grabbed the soldier by the neck and pinned him against the corridor wall.
I suggest you calm down.
Hey! Sorry! I don't know where Euphrates is!
Loken peeked through the open door and saw Keeler in the corner of the room, cowering in fear and covered only by a sheet.
It's time for you to go. Leave now, and I won't have to speak with your commanding officer.
The shaken-up soldier quickly got dressed and scrambled down the hall.
What the fuck is happening here? This guy was just in here, just half naked, and she's what? I don't like the implications of this situation. I'm hoping there's something more to this, because this is a little weird. I'm not gonna fucking lie. This doesn't look good. You know, like, if I was in Loken's position, I would be a little bit more interrogative in this situation, but, you know, granted, you know, I wouldn't say, I don't know about better, but he's definitely got other things occupying his mind right now outside of the situation at hand. It's, what the fuck is going on right now?
Stumbling as he struggled to button up his shirt.
That was excessive. He didn't do anything wrong.
I need to talk to you, Euphrates.
Do both of you need to be here?
Loken turned around and motioned for Carcassy to leave.
I appreciate your help, Ignace. I'll speak with you soon.
Ignace gave Loken a nod, then shut the door to Euphrates' quarters before leaving down the hallway. Kira looked disheveled, as if she hadn't slept in days. By Loken's eye, she had lost an unhealthy amount of weight, and dark, deep bags were visible beneath her eyes.
Euphrates, are you well?
I'm fine, Captain. Thank you for asking.
She reached over and grabbed a half-full bottle of wine that was sitting on her bedside table.
Can I get you a glass?
No, thank you.
Kira poured herself a large glass of dark red wine and sat down on her bed.
I expected you to come see me, but I assumed you would have come a couple of weeks ago.
It wasn't until tonight that I came across the other files.
Did you like my images, Captain?
I did. The images of myself and the Mournival were exceptional. You should be very proud of yourself. But the images in the second file...
I take it you didn't like those as much.
I didn't like them at all. I wasn't aware those pics existed.
Nor was I. My pictor must have been activated by accident while that wild beast was running towards me. When first Captain Abaddon asked me if I had any images of it, I was truthful when I said no. I didn't discover them until later.
Loken removed the data slate from the pocket in his robes and set it down.
You asked Ignace to give me this data slate for a reason. It wasn't so that I could critique your pics of the Mournival.
Kira looked at the slate, then quickly turned her head away from it.
After what happened in the Whisperheads, I felt sick. My hands were shaking. I had nightmares every night. I wasn't sleeping. But I couldn't talk to anyone about it. You were the only one that I thought might understand.
So, this was a cry for help?
I guess you could say that.
Well, I'm here now.
And I appreciate that, Captain. But I'm fine now. I really am. My friends helped me through it. Ignace, Mercedes. They're wonderful people.
I mean no offense, Euphrates, but you don't look fine.
Then I suppose you'll just have to take my word for it.
Kira looked away from Loken and took a swig of wine.
Euphrates, has anyone else seen these images?
No, only you and I.
And after you discovered them, you didn't consider contacting First Captain Abaddon and telling him?
Of course not. He made it very clear that his #1 priority was me keeping my mouth shut. His second priority was convincing me that what I saw was a wild beast. Once I discovered the images, I had proof.
Proof of what?
That I hadn't lost my mind. That what I saw was what I thought I saw.
And what is it you thought you saw?
I don't know. That's what I was hoping you would tell me.
Loken opened his mouth to say something, but Kira cut him off.
Don't worry about it, Captain. I know what I saw. You do too. You saw the Picts. The only copies of those images are right there.
Kior pointed down at the data slate, and her hand began to shake gently as she extended her arm.
See? Just having them in here with me makes me feel this way.
Euphrates, I don't know what you think you saw, but what I saw was a wild beast.
Euphrates' face flushed red, and she snatched the data slate off the table.
Then let's look at it together, Captain. Right now.
Kior took the slate and placed it in a reader slot of the device she used to edit her pics on. The screen lit up and the file system on the slate was displayed.
Let's take a look at this wild beast.
She navigated to the confidential file and displayed the first image inside.
Do you think I'm stupid? Does this look like a wild beast to you?
I don't think you realize that beasts on other worlds don't look like the things you've seen on Terra.
Don't do this. I'll play dumb for everyone else. I won't say a word about it to anyone. I'll get over it, eventually, and I'll be okay. But don't you dare sit here and look at these images in front of me and tell me that this is just a wild beast. Look! How do you explain this? Have you ever seen an image distorted like this?
It was dark inside the fortress. I've seen poor lighting conditions distort images.
This is not poor exposure, Captain. Look at this. Everything is in focus. Everything is perfectly clear except for this. I've taken thousands of pics on this very same device, but I've never had an image distort like this before.
I have seen enough. Turn it off.
And look at this. On every single pic, there's an after image. Let me adjust the settings so you can see it better.
Kior changed the image contrast settings on her device, and Loken stared at the phantom-like results on the screen. The low-resolution, out-of-sync image of the terrible monster now had a visible, unmistakable face. Xavier Jabal.
That is an Astartes. I am certain of it. I don't recognize him, but I think you do.
Kior turned the screen off, then removed the slate from the reader slot and handed it back to Loken.
That is what I wanted you to explain. But I don't care anymore. It was just a wild beast.
Loken said nothing. He could see the pain in Kior's eyes, and he felt responsible. She was a curious woman, and highly intelligent. She wasn't nearly naive enough to believe Loken's claims of a wild beast.
What you saw?
No. I'd rather not know. Don't pity me so much that you tell me now.
I can't tell you, Euphrates. I can't. I know this couldn't have been easy for you.
It hasn't been. But I found strength. I learned that the Emperor protects.
Yes, the Emperor does protect.
He understands it all. He uses the weapons he has at his disposal to keep mankind safe. Weapons like you. I didn't understand that before, but now I see it. You've saved my life, Captain. Twice.
Twice?
That's right. You saved me the first time in the Whisperheads when you killed that horrific thing. And you're saving me again right now, by keeping the truth to yourself. You carry the weight of the truth and harbour the pain to protect me.
Loken said nothing, looking intently at Euphrates.
You're loyal, Captain. I've known this, but I see it now on full display, and that scares me.
My loyalty scares you?
I think you would have told me the truth. I could see it in your eyes you wanted to tell me the truth, but your loyalty to your brothers wouldn't let you. And that's what worries me. What else would you be willing to hide in the name of loyalty?
I'm not sure I understand what you're asking me.
That thing that you saved me from. I believe that was one of your brothers, and he turned on you. What if it happened again? What if it were more than one? What if 10 of your brothers turned?
No, that's impossible.
It's not impossible. Should we look at the pics on that slate again? Because what happened to me in the Whisperheads, what you and I saw with our own eyes, is supposed to be impossible. But it's not.
Euphrates.
So what would it take? How much corruption would be too much? Is there anything that would cause you to abandon your loyalty? To speak out against what's wrong?
Enough! What you are suggesting is counter to everything that the Imperium stands for. It is too strong to succumb to civil war, and that is what you are describing, Euphrates. A civil war. Under the leadership of War Master Horus. Even the thought of such a collapse occurring is outrageous.
Oh, you have no fucking clue. No fucking idea. Man, this is a scene. Yeah, this is a scene of all time. I cannot believe that this is happening. Like, it's interesting that this is how they're choosing to unpack this, right? That they're trying to address the situation that happened on that planet, and they're trying to rationalize it. And the first rationalization by the Legion and Horus himself was that, oh, it's a warp anomaly. The warp tends to twist and turn people into weird things. But now that we're fully confronting the actual, like, paranormal aspect of it, and he has to be the one to sit there and listen to Euphrates basically to lecture him about it, we're starting to truly see not just where and how Garviel is compartmentalizing the situation, but we're also seeing how he's trying to rationalize it, and now we're seeing him confront it. And it's interesting the direction that this is taking. Euphrates sees it for what it is, but Garviel is trying to rationalize it as something that it isn't. And he's been trying to look for every excuse under the sun that it couldn't be what he thought it was, what he thinks it is. But he knows deep down that there's something unnatural about what happened on that planet. There's something that unnatural about what happened to Jabal, about Xavier, and he's trying to rationalize it somehow. The warp anomaly excuse only goes so far as touching the surface of the issue, but it doesn't actually go as far as addressing the overall calamity that is going to happen later down the line. And I am so curious as to how Garviel is going to take this, especially when later we see the eventual fall of his legion, Horus waging war against the Imperium, among other things. Because everything he just said in this moment is going to hit in stark contrast to how Horus is going to rationalize it himself. You know, like, Horus believes that it's a warp anomaly. He probably knows that there's something, ulterior behind it. But one of the things that is credited to Horus turning isn't just, the wound of his ego, but it's also going to be the fact that, he's going to have he's going to have a clear disconnect between himself and the Emperor, and he's going to look at all of the lies the Emperor has told him, and he's going to sit there and he's going to have a problem with it, a problem so great that it demands some level of retribution. And he basically looks at this. The only way he could possibly reconcile this is by waging war against the Imperium. There are a lot of things that eventually go into this, and though the Horus Heresy novels certainly take an interesting approach to that conversation, some of which people don't like the immediate rationalization and justification for the eventual heresy. It's, some people criticize it as being too quick. I find that if we can get a better sort of supportive explanation as to why Horus would inevitably turn on the Imperium, on the Emperor, in the fashion that he does, it will make his fall feel that much more satisfying. And we certainly have other stories we could tell with Horus, potentially, that will help to solidify this fact. It's just a matter of having create them and getting to them, right? You know, a lot of people thought Anakin Skywalker's downfall in the prequels were a little too quick and were a little too hasty because it was 3 movies worth. But now that we had the Clone Wars TV series, some other like media as well as books, tie-in novel stuff, among other things, right? We now have a more clear picture of what led to the decision for Anakin to want to turn to the dark side and why he inevitably ended up agreeing with Palpatine in the end, and why he was fully committed to wanting to commit genocide against the Jedi and against the Jedi Order, and essentially, you know, completely upend the entire system. You know, like, we eventually get this idea and rationalization, but not through the films, but through the supplementary material that helps to bolster that film, right? Revenge of the Sith is only iconic now because there's a lot of material that helps to support the movie. And I feel like that this is very much a similar case. We need to give more weight and credence to Horus's eventual fall, and the best way to do that is by creating more of a backbone for this issue. You know, like, we need to help solidify the foundation more by writing more material that helps to put the disparity between the Emperor and his words and his, you know, like, his imperial truth on full display against hypocrisy. And the problem with it is that there won't be enough justification for a lot of the things that the Emperor does, as well as the things that he says and the excuses that he makes, for it to eventually all start to fall on deaf ears or just crumble at their foundations. You know, like, we need to have these discussions, we need to have these types of stories for the fall of Horus to make sense, because even though it's 50 fucking novels in, you know, apparently 50 fucking novels is apparently not enough to really twist the knife of that turn, I guess. I don't know. I have not read the 50 novels, and I probably never will. But I find it so interesting, right, that Horus's inevitable fall was entirely due to the fact that the Emperor does not at all trust his sons to do the job of himself, right? Because he put Horus in charge as War Master. You know, he was originally leading the charge to reconnect the galaxy, reestablish humanity's control, and reestablish the old remnants of humanity into essentially back into the Imperium under one banner and into compliance. But this is the problem that we're facing, is that the Emperor wants one thing, but he does not care about how he gets to that point, right? Like, everything that the Emperor does is absolute. And we all know right, that only the Sith deal in absolutes. Anyways, it's just fascinating, right? It's just a fascinating thing to really take apart, right? To just kind of dissect. I'm very interested to see where the story goes. And we're almost near the end of this, and then we'll get to the Space Marines 2 here in a second. But all of this is just to say that I'm always impressed with the stories told in this universe. Like, I like Space Marines 2. I like the story of Space Marines 2. It's what drew me in. Space Marines 1, not so much. It was just a nice, fun little power womp through story, fighting orcs, among other things, right? It wasn't nearly as interesting. Everything was a little boilerplate. Villains, not that intriguing. But it was Titus's story in particular in the second game that really gave me a sense of intrigue for the setting and the story. And I'm very impressed with the way and the care that is taken in crafting these narratives in a way to help further expand and also to add more life into this universe, especially since, you know, it is a massive franchise. It is a massive franchise with a helping of stories to tell, and there's still potentially more stories we could tell with this universe. And we just haven't gotten to them. And we can still tell more. there's still so many more stories you could tell, and the best part is that it's a never-ending one. It's a never-evolving one. You can tell any story in this universe, and it can all just be isolated. It's one of the reasons why I like this particular franchise as much as I do, is because the potential here is truly glorious. It's truly fascinating, and I just am waiting for like the floodgates to open, and then the true intrigue, the real intrigue for this franchise starts to catapult into an almost like a mainstream sort of appeal. Though once it gets to that point, we have to take care and take heed, because once it reaches that point, it's going to go the way of most other franchises, right? Eventually, it's all going to fall and sputter on the weight of its own hubris. You know, it's the same thing that happened with Star Wars. It's the same thing that happened with everything else. Eventually, especially even with the changing of hands, you know, eventually everything's going to come crashing down, because we're going to get enough stupid people involved, and they're going to completely ruin the thing that made it so special in the first place. It's why I say that we need to vet our communities. We need to vet the people who come into these communities to a degree, not necessarily in the sense that we should be, you know, outright denying people from being fans because they don't know all the correct amount of supplementary lore material to be able to engage with the thing. No. I think that what we need to do is that we need to get posers, and we need to call out the idiots who come into these things, pretending like they understand how these things work, and call them out for what they are, which are liars, they are charlatans, and they don't deserve to be in these spaces, right? Anyone who thinks that there's this or that with the franchise, like people who draw similes, right, to real-world experiences, and also compare the Imperium to things like Nazism, among other things, because there was a creator who did that a while back. These are the people we need to call out. These are the people we need to put on blast. All right? We don't need to deter people from the franchise in the sense that we need to essentially gatekeep it to that effective of a degree. We just need to get to journalists and people who don't deserve to be in these spaces, who just want to use it for its popularity, for its stardom, to essentially reap the benefits of it, whether that's by creating embroiled controversies out of it or not. You know, like, we need to keep the chaff away from these properties, because that's when things begin to fall apart, and we need to make sure that the people we put in charge of being able to helm these stories, of being able to tell these stories, have the best interest of the franchise at heart, and not just whatever stupid shit they can inject into it, right? But anyways, I'm getting ahead of myself. I'm also getting a little pedantic here. Again, I'm going on a tangent. I do apologize. Let us get back to it. Let's wrap this up.
Loken wasn't finished speaking, but his thought was interrupted by a signal from his Vox unit.
Gabriel, you should return, and quickly.
I can't stay. Thank you for talking to me. We should do this again.
We should.
Trust your friends, Euphrates. Look to them in trying times.
Are you my friend?
Without question.
Loken opened the door and was halfway out before Keeler called out to him.
Garviel.
What is it?
Destroy those images. No one should see them.
Loken silently nodded, then stepped into the hallway, closing the door behind him. Keeler heard Loken's muffled footsteps echoing down the corridor, and she got up off her bed and opened a small cupboard. From the cupboard, she removed 2 candles, a crumpled pamphlet, and a small figurine of the Emperor. She lit the candles and opened up the pamphlet. It was in rough condition, appearing as if it had been saved from a waste bin, and it was full of misspelled words and ink running into the margins. But Keeler paid no attention to the visual blemishes, and she began reading from the tattered pamphlet.
The Emperor of mankind is the light and the way. The Emperor is God, and God is the Emperor, so it is taught in the Lectio Divinitatis. And above all things, the Emperor will protect.
Nero, what's happening?
Gabriel, we need you here now. Where are you?
I'm sprinting down the maintenance deck halls. Headed your way. I'm almost there. What's the situation?
We have company.
Is there an enemy fleet?
No, it's Sanguinius.
Ooh. Ooh, best boys here. Ooh. But that's where it's gonna end, isn't it? No, okay.
The angel, his cheeks marked with ash as a sign of mourning, gestured for Tergaden to step forward.
Will you show it to me?
My lord, Captain Saul Tarvitz of the Emperor's Children found it. The honor should be his, not mine.
Is this true?
It is, my lord.
Saul Tarvitz was rarely on edge, but as he stood before the Primarch of the Blood Angels, clutching a relic of one of his fallen sons, the nerves were getting to him. After they destroyed a group of trees on the surface of Murder, Tarvitz had discovered a Blood Angel's helmet in the rubble.
Bring it here.
Tarvitz handed the bloodied and battered helmet to Sanguinius, and watched as he carefully inspected it from every angle.
Captain George Andrew. He will be dearly missed.
He brought his eyes up from the helmet and caught the gaze of Saul Tarvitz.
Captain, this gesture means a great deal to me. Thank you. To all of you who stand before me, I thank you for answering the distress signal from my sons. Your efforts will not be forgotten.
Lord Commander Eidolon beamed with pride, blissfully unaware that Horus was glaring at him, still upset with his decision that led to the death of 70 Emperor's children. Sanguinius peered out at the lifeless landscape of Murder. Hundreds upon hundreds of Astartes looked back at him, the vast majority of them being Luna Wolves and Blood Angels, with only a small group of Emperor's children amongst their numbers. The skies were clear, and the once forest-like landscape was now wide open. Tergaden and his squads had cut down the stalks of grass, and Tarvitz had led the way and detonated charges at the bases of at least 15 of the enormous, storm-generating trees. Sanguinius turned to look at Horus, and began speaking to his brother.
It has been said that vengeance is a weak motive, a sign of a flawed spirit. But here, with aliens hiding in the shadows of this world, vengeance is not necessary. This savage Xenos has rejected our peaceful approaches at every turn, and has greeted us with only violence. As we have been taught by the Emperor, beloved by all, what is anathema to mankind must be dealt with directly, lest we risk the survival of the Imperium. Will you stand with me?
I will, brother.
And with those words, they brought war to the world of Murder. Astartes legions and Imperial Army regiments fought day and night for more than 6 months. The Megarachnid never retreated from a fight, and even in battles where they were clearly overpowered, they were fearless. After 3 months, Loken began to wonder if the war would ever end. The Megarachnids seemed to have an infinite amount of metallic war machines, and they would surface out of unknown nooks and crevices of the world to engage the Imperial forces. Fighting the Megarachnid was monotonous and mechanical, but Loken still found great excitement in it. This was the first time since Horus had been elevated to War Master that he had led his legion on the battlefield. In the beginning days of the war, the Mournival had gently proposed to Horus that he need not step foot on the battlefield himself, suggesting that they were more than capable of handling the enemy. But Horus rejected the idea, remaining steadfast in his desire to lead his legion from the front lines. Loken suspected that there was one primary reason that Horus refused to watch his sons fight from the sidelines: Sanguinius. Horus and Sanguinius had fought side by side for years, and there was nothing that could stop him from relishing the opportunity once more. Witnessing a Primarch in battle is akin to an out-of-body experience. Not only is it rare, but the sight is beyond distinction. Seeing 2 Primarchs battling together is so special that no words can bring justice to its magnificence. Bonds were formed on the battlefield, and brotherhood was born, with one exception. Horus still had a grievance with Eidolon, and it was souring his view of the Emperor's children as a whole. After 4 months of battle, the legions had regrouped near a massive bank of the mountains, and the fighting had temporarily ceased. Sanguinius had observed the tension between Horus and the Third Legion, and wanted to prevent any further division between them.
Brother, I fear that this discord could stall the wonderful progress you have made. I only ask that you don't approach Fulgrim with the same level of hostility.
I won't come to Fulgrim with hostility, but I won't mince words either. The Emperor's children are a proud legion, and that is perfectly acceptable, but what I have seen from them is impertinence, not pride. And impertinence is not acceptable. Perhaps Fulgrim forgets I already have to deal with Angron's temper and Perturabo's constant whining. I can't receive the same from him.
The impertinence you denounce is Eidolon's, not Fulgrim's.
And who appointed Eidolon Lord Commander? If Fulgrim is willing to put someone with such egregious character flaws in a position of power, it tells me that he approves of him. I worry that Eidolon's disposition is shaping the Legion, and if that is the case, I'm not sure the Emperor's children can be relied upon. They're too proud of themselves.
I do not know any Astartes that are not proud of themselves. Tarek, are you not?
I am, Lord, but there is a difference. There are a few exceptions, but the majority of the Emperor's children carry themselves as if they are above us.
It is their pursuit of perfection. It is making them believe that they are superior. Mutual respect is gone, brother. They are condescending, and they take exception with my rank.
They do not take exception with your rank.
Then they take exception with my legion. My elevation to War Master has elevated the status of the Lunar Wolves by association, and they despise it. The Lunar Wolves already had a barbaric reputation, and me becoming War Master hasn't helped at all with that.
Then perhaps it is time that you do what the Emperor suggested after Ulanor, so there would be no question as to the authority of your legion. You can leave the Lunar Wolves behind, brother, and start anew with the sons of Horus.
Ah, so this is how that happened.
As the sixth consecutive month of warfare had concluded, 3 enormous vessels emerged from the warp. When their spectral readings were first detected, Horus had assumed the ships to be additional reinforcements. But upon a closer inspection, it was discovered that their ships were of builds and drive signatures that were not Imperial. They began broadcasting signals. The signals, Horus noted, were nearly identical to those that were being transmitted from the outstation relays discovered by the Blood Angels. Music. Horus surmised that the ships must belong to the Megarachnid, and they were coming to aid in their conflict. Alarms were sounded across the fleet, and Horus ordered everyone on the surface to return to the flagship. He informed his ship command to hold fire, and only to attack if provoked by the unknown vessels. But the ships did not attack. And then, their message transmitted.
Why have you ignored our warnings? What have you done?
Oh, there's still more to come. Still more to come. Absolutely. Subscribe, please. Nice. Once again, right? Masterful story narration by Warrior Tier. Please, guys, go leave a like, subscribe, share the video, do everything you can to support Warrior Tier. This is God tier writing at its finest. Dan Abnett is also another great person to credit for this because it's based off of his work, his novelization. You should go and support the original creator as well. This is, after all, his story. And with that being said, I'm going to go ahead and leave it there. It's already been, like, 3 hours in? I'm going to go grab something to eat, and then we're going to get straight into Space Marines 2's new and final update. And then afterwards, we're going to... I don't know. It depends on how well it goes, right? Because again, I haven't played Space Marines 2 on this account very much, if at all. The only thing that I've done is played the story and a little bit of the operations for a video, and that's about it. So my mileage on the siege mode is going to vary. Hopefully it's been retweaked in such a way to where people who probably don't have all of the unlockables can still enjoy the siege mode for what it is, but we shall see. In the meantime, I will be right back. I'm gonna go grab some food, take some time to kind of rest, maybe even use the bathroom because I do feel that coming up, and I shall return. 1 second. Okay, okay. I am back. Holy crap, there was a lot of viewers since I left. Jesus. I've been gone for almost an hour. Jesus Christ. Anyway, sorry about that, sorry. Took a hot minute just to eat and get ready, but in any case, I am ready to do this. So without further ado, let's just jump right into it, shall we? None of the filibustering, none of the bullshit. Let's just hop right into it. Oh, God. I am getting a lot more views than I usually do. I'm not sure how to feel about that. It's great to have more views, but and people willing to tune in. I'm just never expecting it. It's just it's just happening more and more. I guess I'm just getting more popular. I don't know. I don't know what to say about that other than, hi. I'm sure it's mostly just because people are interested in wanting to see what the new Space Marines 2 update is looking like. Now, as I mentioned before, earlier into the stream, I have played the Siege mode on the test server for the game, and while that is fun, we are playing from scratch, alright? So this might be a good comparison for someone who probably has not bought the game and was waiting for a while, for all the updates to come out before they full-on purchase it. This is basically going to be a completely, going in, not necessarily blind, but it's going to be going in completely without any of the upgrades, any of the progression done. And so you could just get a sense of the scale as well as just the, just how difficult or how interesting the mode's going to be based off of that experience. Alright. Let's see, do I need to adjust anything? No, I seem to be fine where I'm at. I usually play on mouse and keyboard. So, that's just how I'm going to be playing it. Maybe I'll switch to controller at some point, but just to see how that plays. But for now, we're just going in with mouse and keyboard settings. And for anyone who's new to the game, you will want to adjust your key bindings. I'm just telling you this right now. The way they have the key bindings set up, it's madness. You need to adjust those key bindings, and if you have mouse buttons, this is the game to use them on. Alrighty. Yeah, so as you can see, we only have a level 4 progression for one of my favorite classes. This will be an interesting endeavor, isn't it? Let's see here. Still just normal and hard difficulty, it looks like. Let's see. Repel all enemy attacks. Well, I wasn't trying to join an online game, but you know what? I'll do it. Fuck it, we bowl. Real question, of course. Alright, so it's push to talk. Good. I am not playing this game. Oh, it's in progress right now. Well, they're about to get real surprised by what they're going to be having to work with. I forget that you don't get an option to do, a private or nothing sometimes. You have to do it before you click the mission. Alright, I'm very aware of that. So yeah, as you can see, one of the things you can do is that you can summon, using requisition coins, more units to the battlefield. You can summon Cadians, you can summon other Space Marines. It's actually really fun. There we are. Oof.
Arming up. The foe is still out there. Use this time to resupply. All that come here will meet the same fate.
Purchase consumables. So yeah, they use terminals is where you would go to purchase any sort of type of requisitions. You can get health pickups, you can get ammo, you can get armor boosts. I'm gonna get an armor boost.
Foolish to challenge me. The enemy appears, brothers. Stand ready. Let them come.
If they just appear right in front of you.
External las cannons are powered down. Engage the system to recharge them. The las cannons will ignite the battle.
But yeah, the whole gist of this is that it's basically a horde mode. But the idea is that you get all of the enemies coming at you in bursts, and you have some minor objectives in between. It's kind of like arena battle in the first game. In the first game's horde mode multiplayer function. But in this one, you can actually summon supporting units to actually help you with the combat scenarios.
Activate the las cannons. Las cannon functions will be restored soon. Into the fray! That covering fire! Keep them, bastard! Las cannons cannot remain silent!
Oh.
What needs grappling?
Oh.
The longer the last cannons are down, the more ground the enemy takes.
Get up, Joe. We got more shit to do, more things to kill.
Enhanced tactic ready. Stay sharp and prepare your gear before combat continues.
One thing to also keep in mind is that you can summon a Dreadnought, and yes, it is overpowered as shit, and yes, you want to save it for when you get to boss waves, because they will have those.
Smells like fresh munitions.
I'm gonna go grab me another armor boost.
Foes are marching on the fortress. Foes marked for elimination.
Oh. For a second there, I thought I was gonna get it. I also forget that I don't have that perk equipped.
Magazine out. Magazine in. Got that saucer. Hostile walk. Tether unbound.
So far, it seems pretty reasonably balanced, despite my lack of experience with this profile. That's good to know. You could jump in even if you're still just starting out, which is nice. Frame rate's a little much, but you know, it's still at least fairly consistent. Probably gonna save that for that guy.
You have eliminated those attackers. More are on the way. Good. I long to test my skills in battle. Ordnance on me. I shall be claiming this. Deploy war gear. The enemy is here. Ready to engage. Maintain the perimeter defense.
God, I hate those saucers.
It requires additional power cells.
There's one of our first objectives.
We will provide it.
I see it. The sorcerer happens to be standing right in front of it.
We must provide the generator new power cells. Holding the power cell.
Thank God for the Inferno pistol.
Replenished and ready.
Nope.
We must find a power cell for the defensive generator.
There we go.
Supplying the generator.
The Sparta kick is always my favorite.
Magazine out. Magazine in. There will be more foes to vanquish soon. For now, reload. They should hurry. I grow impatient.
I see that we still need to complete the side objectives before the wave ends.
Self-triaging.
I'll donate 100 coins to the Dreadnought. We're gonna need that at some point. Now to also bring in some... I can. Oh wait, yes. I can bring in some Cadians. I'll take up 40 Cadians. Oh.
Brothers, your targets have arrived.
Wave 5.
Stand strong. Arming up.
All right. Pardon me.
Swapping out magazine. Into the fray. Traitor scum. Reloading. Tether unbound.
Oh, the frame rate. Oh, my favorite. Yep. And he's down.
Scanners detect enemy reinforcements. Prepare for a challenging fight. Finally, a real fight. Bring down that helmet.
Oh, that's unfortunate. Ah, the helper spawned right behind me, pushed me right back into it. What an asshole.
Controlling the battle means removing priority enemies. Clear a blast radius. Prioritize the larger threats.
Yeah, he's having fun. Joe's having a hard time here. I'm probably gonna die before I get picked up. Yeah. Oh, now he's down. Aw.
Extend a hand.
It all fell apart the moment I got downed. Loading resources. All right. Only cleared one sector. Oh well. No, everybody else is kind of new to the thing too. At least one of them was, and he's gone. And so will I. And originally was planning to play it by myself, but that was an interesting experience. But yeah, that's essentially what the Horde mode is going to look like. It gets progressively worse as it goes on, too. Like, first you'll start off with a slightly decent horde of enemies. You can even add the amount of bots you want to the game, too. Alright? And then it gets progressively worse from that, right? And it goes from, like, having a bunch of Majoruses, a bunch of Extremuses, to then having, like, a boss, several Extremuses, to having more Majorus-type enemies, and then it goes from that to having 2 bosses, at least 6 Extremist-type enemies, probably tens of 20s of Majoruses. It just gets into a massive clusterfuck at some point. And I like that. I find it funny, right, that this game's idea of difficulty isn't just in how difficult it is to actually destroy the enemies, but also in just how many enemies are on screen at any given moment. It's the funniest shit. Let's see, max wave are 4. Oh, is that max waves and how much I've completed? That's probably what it is. Alright. Yeah, trying again, this time by myself with the bots. As cool as and fun as it might be to play with people, I'm just going to do it by myself. I know I would love to play this game with other creators as well. I actually would love to play this game with another creator. But, I was watching Scarlet's stream of this game as well. And as much as I would love to play this game with other creators, I'm not sure what other creator collaborations are even like. I've also never collaborated with anyone before a day in my life. So I have nothing built or done for that purpose. So that'll take a bit of planning ahead of time, but, you know, like, it's...
As long as you stand, so does this fortress. No foe will overwhelm us this day. These abominations will be eliminated.
But yeah. I imagine that playing with people you can actually talk to, who you could collaborate with, would be far more enjoyable. I mean, I played this game with at least one friend of mine, and that's always fun. So, something to keep in mind. Let's see. I'll just keep this for now.
Eliminate the enemy forces. Protect the fortifications.
The traitors will find their attempt futile.
It always seems to start you off with the Chaos faction. Never like a Tyranid faction or any other faction.
Our enemies will find me strengthened.
Throw on some Cadians. I think I'll go ahead and add about 250 to that Dreadnought requisition, because you need to spend a lot of points just for that. I wonder if this is supposed to resemble like the tabletop experience, right? Of like playing Warhammer with the requisition coins, among other things. Because if I remember correctly from how people describe it in videos, you know, like, you summon units relatively the same way. You know, I don't know about Saber Interactive, but they have updated the bulwark to be so good at doing that at the most pivotal moments that they should just give the bulwark the perk to just allow you to heal contest, you know, like regain all of your health as contested health. Because the amount of times he has done that around downed enemies is too many. They should just give him the perk already. They should just do it. Just give him the perk. It'll make him so much better.
Enemy soldier marked.
But yeah, I think for consistency in terms of frame rate, I might just scale down the graphics quality a little bit, so that way it's a bit more manageable. Hi there. Okay, so it does pause the game, actually. I'm just gonna do that right now. Let's see. In fact, I'll just set it to performance. Let's do ultra performance.
All you got for suckling at a demon's teeth. Welcome to the heritage permanent. Hook available.
He's doing that shit.
Crack grenade. Your weapon now.
There goes his head.
Barely sentient, just a cog in its master's plans. Fresh
magazine in.
There will be more foes to vanquish soon. For now, reload.
Our time will not be squandered, Captain.
Okay, let's see here. Let's see. So many other Astartes reinforcements does actually add to the gameplay, such as melee and other stuff. I think I'll summon one Vanguard to give myself that melee boost. See, there he is.
Deploy war gear. The enemy is here.
No enemy shall make it past us, brothers.
The last cannons are down. You need to recharge them. They will be brought online.
Okay, new side objective. Get that done.
The last cannons will fire again.
Oh. Come on. Nice. Now that this update's out, all they need to do is just release that dev kit, and then the modding team can really go to work on this fucking game. I'm so excited for that, by the way. I can't wait to see what the community has in store for this game. It's going to be so awesome. If there was ever a game that should be modded to hell and back, it's going to be this one.
I was wrong to expect a better fight. We must activate the last cannon.
The way is about to be completed. Hopefully I can get to it before it's completed. Damn. I think I'm going to miss out on it. Yep. I really will have to put that as a priority. I feel like it's going to be better to use a terminal, specific terminal for all my requisitions, but I'm just going to get some ammo real quick.
Smells like fresh munitions.
Maybe more than that. There we go. I'm surprised there's still so many Cadians.
Augurs detect enemy targets.
We will purge this place of enemies.
Closing the gap.
That looked a little weird for a second.
Arming up. Into the maw of death.
I'm going after you because you're the one with the Auspex. There we go.
Ensure that iron fat traitor has seen his last battle. Swapping out magazine.
And die.
Wasted by Magnus. Wasted by us.
Ooh, I need another grenade. Thank you. Let's see if I can not kill myself with this one.
What needs grappling? Reloading.
Aw.
View your packs, brothers. Arrogance and ambition. Swapping out magazine.
There we go. One thing I will say too, because I've been told this once before, but just because I happen to have several hours into the game, that doesn't make the game easy. I'm just really used to the gameplay loop. So if you think I make the game look a little easy, I've been told that before by a friend of mine. It does take some time to get used to the gameplay, as well as some remapping of your key bindings, but otherwise, once you get everything set up and everything, you get into the flow of the gameplay, it's actually a really fun game. I enjoy it extensively.
The enemy appears, brothers. Stand ready. Let them come. Enemy activity has disrupted the fortress's internal systems. You must re-establish them.
Well, I'm gonna just throw that there. You almost knocked me right back into that, you asshole.
Right to your worthless gods.
I'll take that. I need that.
That is where we need to be.
I'm trying to reload, not ping. But if only pinging actually works for AI companions, that might be useful. Maybe I can get them to focus on a particular target.
No debemos permitir que el sistema permanezca inoperativo.
What the? Did anyone else hear that? I thought I heard just random Spanish suddenly.
The captain tasked us with reawakening the machine spirit.
Was that my? It couldn't be my Steam elements. That could not be one of my overlays, right? That I don't think I have that set up. I don't even see anything in my chat. What the hell was that? Then again, I am looking at the OBS overlay instead of the actual YouTube side of things. Maybe I should look at that real quick. Because that was random as fuck. No. Okay. That was weird. Just random Espanol.
Magazine out, magazine in.
Look, as long as he's not dying, we're fucking good. But I'm sure... Oh yeah, he's gonna go down. Yeah, there he goes.
We are in the presence of angels.
Yeah, I'm not getting any bonuses, but oh well.
Before more enemies arrive.
We will strengthen ourselves before the next attack.
Okay. The battle's gonna start down there. What do we got? I'll take that. Alright.
More ammunition. A relic for the battle ahead.
Got enough Astra Militarum.
Material for the dreadnought.
Okay. This is what I really need.
Now this is a Titan.
I think my cat is whining.
Enemy forces incoming.
We will defend this fortress with our lives.
Yo, Titan.
Swapping out magazine. That's all you got for suckling at your demon's teeth. Into the morgue.
Ow. Just die.
Into the fray.
Hey, that was mine.
Crack open that heretic Terminator. Sorcerer's poke available. Grapnel launch. Augurs detect a serious threat.
I was trying to block that.
Focus and bring it down.
They may try to challenge us. They will fail. We shall take apart that hell.
Can I please block that?
Even after death, I will battle.
Prioritize the larger threats.
Just prioritize either getting me up or not dying. Bulwark is having a hard time. There we go. As long as one of you can get to me.
Giving them a shrapnel fire.
Keep your attention on the strongest threats.
Oof. This shit is brutal. Oh man. I'll just take that.
I was wrong to expect a better fight. Split open the stronger foes, then cleanse the rest.
One of them's gonna go down. Oh, never mind. The other one will soon, but... Okay.
Destroy the most serious threat, and the rest will follow.
There goes that guy. My lord, we still have yet to deal with that fucking hell brute.
Target the most powerful enemies first.
Hell yes, crack grenades. That'll help when I'm not getting smacked around. I got the ammo, didn't get the crack grenades though. Nope.
Swapping out magazine. To win this battle, neutralize the major threats.
Sounds like he's gargling on several pounds of soap.
Grenade out. Magazine out. Magazine. No more rounds.
Well then reload.
Controlling the battle means removing priority enemies.
You don't say. Oh, that is satisfying. Let's go.
Fresh magazine. Nothing
Oh,
excellent. The major threat has been wiped out.
I'm gonna go grab some ammo. I never understood what the Biotitan does here. Other than just kind of being here and dying.
Change position, squad. The enemy approaches the arsenal. Horus requires these.
There we go. And I think I'll save. Well, summons how many? 3. Yeah, I know what? I'll just go to the next area before I do that. Ooh, Melta. I'll take that. Anything else around here before I leave? Doesn't look like it. So far, these guns are serving me well, let me tell you. Although, I think knowing... Oh, never mind. Let's see. I guess I'll return to Barge for now. How much experience does that give exactly? Victory. Huh. Sector 1. For all these. Forager, common challenges. Got it. 605 experience. Plus the bonuses. That is not a whole lot. Enough to rank me up once. If I survive 10 waves, maybe it'll give me more, but a lot more. You can earn a whole lot doing the siege mode. Which I'm assuming that's what they want you to do, is that they want you to spend more time doing waves, less time coming back. Oh, I don't have anything for it. Okay. You have armor remaining. Melee damage increases by 10. What? Different colored chain swords? What? Oh, this is siege mode stuff? Huh. So they all have this? I guess they do. That's interesting. Oh yeah, that's right, the White Scar stuff got added as well. I don't need that. So which class has what then? Let's see, so the Assault has White Scar gear. That's interesting. I wonder why this class gets it. I guess speed is the game. This one should be, yep, Dark Angels. Sniper was Salamanders, as ridiculous as that seems. For some reason, I cannot get my Ultramarine Champion pack to work. I never understood why. I remember hearing there was one for Blood Angels, but I'm not seeing the Blood Angel one. I think the Blood Angel one would be the one that the Assault would have, but... Alright. In any case... Unlock by securing all sectors in siege mode. Ugh. All right. Gonna make a start from the beginning, but this time we'll stick it out for a little longer. I was kind of curious to see how much you would earn between 5 waves, but it's not a whole lot. Certainly. This time we're gonna see just how far I can take this. Especially with just starter equipment. By myself, like, can you imagine? I'm not kidding when I say this shit's gonna get crazy.
As long as you stand, so does this fortress. No.
I do not think I want to switch weapons either. You know what? I will use this gun here. But then afterwards, I'm going to use my other set.
Support the defensive fortifications against the foulness of the warp.
This fortress will be defended as if it were holy terror itself.
So he says.
Horus requires these.
I could use that.
I have upgraded my armor.
I'll save that. Summon some more Astra Militarum.
No foe standing.
See if I could oh, there's some requisitions there, but it's not what I want. Yeah, that's what I'm looking for. Well, I hope you're all ready to die.
Let them come.
Canadians will not live for very long. Although I have been surprised that some of you managed to survive.
We're arming up.
Is he trying to hit a Cadian that just disappeared? I mean, it looked like a Cadian was there and then wasn't. Alright, this time I'm gonna focus on requisitions, objectives.
Wasted by Magnus, wasted by us. Ordnance on me. Resupply before more enemies arrive.
Our time will not be squandered, Captain.
Alright, what do we got here? Let's see, I'll donate 100. Ammo dump. Yeah, we're not. Just top it off.
We have detected enemy reinforcements. They have chosen death.
Oh. That's one of the more annoying barrets about it being next to the F key.
To recharge them.
blast cannons to punish our enemies.
Okay. Screw this. Recharge the last cannons. Just keep on running. It's always so fun. You just hang there real quick. Oh, that's not good. Ow.
Last cannons returning to service.
Oh, please get it. There we go.
Last cannons active and causing the enemy damage.
Oh, nice. Grenades were enough for that.
Ashes to ashes, rust to rust. Finished and ready. Right to your worthless gods.
This is only a pause. Reload before the battle resumes.
We must utilize this pause in the fighting to rearm.
You don't say.
Squad member provided.
Combat's prelude is the perfect time to seek the Emperor's guidance.
Providing for the dreadnought. Administering stings.
We're running the Acadians.
If our enemies wish for a swift death, we shall accommodate them.
I was wrong to expect a better fight from a sniveling backstabber. Magazine out, magazine in. Arming up. Tending to my wounds.
Okay. There we go.
Into the more of death. Streets are scum. magazine. Ensure that ironclad shrinks with Sealy's vast battle.
Oh, yes. That saved me. I'm just executing after executing. It's execution central.
Barely sentient, just a cog in its master's plans. Pathetic. Blasphemous cur.
Restock and reload. The enemy will return soon enough.
These honorless curs will not find us lacking.
Ordnance on me.
I can get some more Acadians.
Our enemy's blood.
Alright.
Deploy war gear. The enemy is here.
We are ready for them, Captain Akran.
Any new side objectives?
Rooftop forces are taking damage. You need to reactivate the fortress's void shield grid.
Our forces will have protection.
Yep. Save some of the Acadians. Just reactivate it? Okay.
Got that rotten sauce.
Up for artillery!
We must restore and the void shield controls.
Oh, I gotta do it again? Okay. I gotta reactivate it every time, I guess. There wasn't a radius to it either. There we go.
Exterminate the Terminator.
Don't overheat!
Shatter the spear of that Sangor.
By the numbers, trooper.
What's next? You gonna do it again? No? Okay. Probably will soon.
Controls nearby.
Oh yeah, gotta do it again.
The void shield system cannot remain down.
Rip that sorcerer's black tongue out.
I love that they don't burst into dust like the other ones do.
Hold them off. Replenished and ready.
Shield grid has been restored and is holding.
Not that.
Pressure on that wound. Reloading.
The foe is vanquished. Use this time to rearm before they return.
We shall spend this time preparing our defenses.
Nice. And now we got the next one.
stronger already. Supplies for the dreadnought.
I think I'm good so far. What I could use is another supply of shields.
Foolish to challenge me. My duty is eternal. So am I. Hostile targets inbound.
It's funny that the Bio-Titan shows up when none of the Tyranids show up in this first wave. It seems to be consistent every time I do this particular first 5 sets of waves, is that it's always the Chaos faction first, then Tyranids.
Enemy soldier marked.
Ow. Okay.
Right, you're worthless. Closing the gap. Speak the scarab shell. Swapping out magazine. Augurs detect a serious threat incoming. Focus and bring it down.
We shall triumph over whatever they said. Bring down that heretical monstrosity!
It's a hell brute.
Major
Ow.
threats must be eliminated before moving on to other foes.
You don't say.
There is a psycho in need of a hole in the head.
I got an idea. Thank God. Oh boy. Oh boy. I could use a reload.
Ordnance on, bring down their strongest enemies first.
I was really hoping to get that off.
Controlling the battle means removing priority enemies.
Oof. Ow. Ow. Okay, I am getting bodied right now. Ow. Where did you come from?
Sorcerers talk too much.
Ow.
Skins injected.
You need to take a number, please.
threats first, then eradicate the rest.
This shit's getting ridiculous. And he's getting juggled. I'll take that. Pardon me. Excuse me. Coming through.
Split open the stronger foes, then cleanse the rest. Replenished and ready.
I am almost out of ammo.
The enemy's strongest units still remain. They must be slain.
I feel like these characters understand the assignments, but don't actually understand the gravity of the assignment.
Magazine out, magazine in.
Ow.
Arming up. To win this battle, neutralize the major threats. Reloading.
He's almost dead. Nope.
Keep your attention on the strongest threats.
Ay, ay, ay.
Red augers no longer detect any high-profile targets.
Yeah, fuck it, I hope not. I just spent the past several minutes just trying to kill one.
Dispensing stims.
Some of those would have been nice.
Crack open that heretic permanent.
Check your aim.
Weak effort you crave and earn. Closing the gap. Swapping out magazine. Blasphemous cur.
For this, the last two. Nope, we still got one more Chaos Space Marine. And a sniper. Okay, maybe two of them.
Tether unbound. That's all you got for suckling at a demon's teeth. Arming up.
Ooh-wee. What a fight.
near the arsenal. Head them off.
Taking our new position.
Okay, that seems to be everything, I think. Gotta move on now. I didn't see any crates as I was running around either. At least I don't think I did. You will be teleported. Do not do that. I am here. Sector secured. We proceed to the next area. At least this way you can actually get more points for actually doing the sectors. Get more upgrade materials. Currency is nice too, though it's not my biggest priority.
Protect the arsenal from the Tyranid scum. The arsenal will remain.
Yep, Tyranids. Let's see. I'm gonna get ability charge. These ones have easier to shoot heads. We'll get the sniper.
Assigning an additional sniper to your squad.
Get some Medicae stims.
Ejector spent. My wound is no more.
Alright, where are they coming? That way, that way. Most likely this way.
We shall fight until our duty ends. Aliens buzzing around your toes.
Oh yeah.
Alien trespass. I shall suffer your poor aid for only so long.
Now, magazine in.
God, I hate spores.
No hope and no grace. Swapping out magazine. Magazine out, magazine in.
Ah, yes, the Biovore. 2 Biovores. My favorite. Ow.
The Tyranid strength was lacking. Flank and
Damned beasts indeed. That Cadian dropped down from a mighty height. I think he should have been dead.
Nothing stands after a belt.
Wasn't trying to use my Medicaid.
Fill its brains with bolter fire. Into the maw of its death. Zoan eliminated. Replenish and ready.
Fucking Ravener. Thank you. Holy crap.
Swapping out magazine. Now is the time to resupply.
When more come,
Already on top of it. The hell was that? Oh man.
Supplies for the dreadnought. Round for my bolter. Smells like fresh munitions.
Oh sweet, another melter. I need that.
Augurs detect enemy targets.
we will remove these lowly wretches from the fortress.
The fortress's machine spirit is dormant. Reawaken it. We will reactivate the system.
Oh god. There goes most of that armor. Oh, great. Oh, you are an ass.
Your grip is weak.
Give me back all of the things you took from me.
Restored.
You won't. Though I wish you would. Oh, hi there.
Replenish and ready.
Ah, you've got to be kidding me. Enough with the grappling. Ow. Oh god, there's two of them. Ow.
Swapping out magazine.
There we go.
Spirit reawakened. Fortress systems back online. That will teach you to sneak up on the start. Reloading.
Damn spore. Ah, you've got to be kidding me.
I see a zombies. Shoot the spore man. Grab the torch. No more rounds. I can suffer your poor aim for only so long. Is there another we can kill? No.
You really want to kill another one? I'd rather not.
One down. Trillions to go. Arming up. Ordnance on me. Stay sharp and prepare your gear
Oof.
as the combat continues.
Our weapons will be ready when our foes return.
I do have enough points for this.
Each of these will find an enemy head.
We left our behind. He's not right. Prayers are answered.
Let's see. I think I will get... I do have enough. I'm gonna just spend points here.
Is that true?
Get full
Dispatching
work.
bulwark personnel. The enemy appears, brothers. Stand ready.
We shall remind them of our supremacy.
These vermin don't know they're dead.
Wounded on the field! Commencing auspex.
Okay, let's refill.
View your packs, brothers.
Damn, that's an auspex and a half.
Finish and ready. Closing the gap. Some wood. Magazine out, magazine in. Into the maw of death.
You know, I hit the dodge button, but...
Finish what you started, man. Crack open that armored Xenos. Reload. What needs grappling?
Ow.
Swapping out magazine. Tether unbound. Thermal payload
No.
secure. That carapace could not protect it from us.
That's a Ravener if I've ever saw one.
Let us murder it.
Ow.
Rebel launcher set. Magazine out! Magazine in!
Nope. Oh, you asshole. There we go.
I love it when blood deep down. Finished and ready. What needs grappling? A bigger threat just means more to come.
Holy warriors, holy emperor, seize your sacrifice!
Hey, hey, hey.
The foe is still out there. Use this time to resupply.
When they strike again, our enemies will find only doom.
Let's see. If I kind of want to save it, but you know what? We'll get another round of guardsmen.
Cadians, burn our foes from this planet.
Strengthened.
Take a quick look around before the wave shows up. There we go. Some grenades. Melta bomb never hurt anyone.
Brothers, your targets have arrived.
Armor
When we are
boost.
finished, nothing of them shall remain. One of the Cadians had an encrypted data slate. Your orders are to recover it. I shall search for it while I exterminate the enemy. Arming up.
Oh, that's gonna hit. Or not.
Nothing. Forces love to ambush and ambush. Stay there, vermin.
Nope.
The data set must be found. The Xenos Skulker is dead.
Okay. Are you the Cadian? Yes.
The Cadians died to save that information. Their sacrifice has not been wasted.
Oh god.
Magazine out, magazine in. Gun beast, take it apart.
Ah, you bitch.
fighting, no matter what.
I got downed.
Remember this lesson.
Throwing frag grenades.
Xenos threatened her. Show me who did this. The Emperor sees no evil. Swapping out magazine. Steal your mind.
Let's get away from that.
Disappointing.
There is so many problems right now. Ow. I cannot do shit.
Ravener, watch the ground.
One down. I will die with my hands around their neck. Come out, you ravens! Bury that burrow. Arming up.
Fireform eliminated.
The sneaky bastard is down. The Emperor sees no
Oh, that explosive barrel is perfectly placed.
magazine out, magazine in. Into the maw of death. Replenished and ready.
There will be more foes to vanquish soon. For now, reload.
We will strengthen ourselves before the next attack.
No, you don't say. Boy, do I need ammo.
Fresh munitions.
Oh boy. I don't think I'm going to survive the next wave, in all honesty. I know exactly what's coming up. I still have my stims, but we'll just go ahead and do it.
Requires these.
Oh yeah.
Prepare for direct engagement. Dreadnought
We will remove
reinforcement
these
en
lowly
route.
wretches from the fortress.
I think I'll summon another Astartes as well. Ow.
I die with my hands around their necks. Die for me. Under
Oh yeah, there it is. 2 bosses. Oh, we're having a texture glitch. Why is Valius talking like that? Alright, they're both down.
Priority threat eliminated. Stand firm against the remaining scum.
Holy shit.
I will die with my hands around their necks. All hope and no.
You are finished here, Voltus. Provide cover at the southern front. Enemies at the control room. Move there now.
Our foes will find us more than resistant.
Ah, man. It got dicey for a bit, but definitely the Dreadnought helped with the boss fight. Otherwise, we probably would not have survived that. Thanks, game, for telling me that I'm going to be teleported against my will. Okay. Of course, we're gonna keep going. We're gonna keep going until I fucking die. That is the idea. Or until I run out of time.
The control room. Do not let the forces of the warp gain control of the fortress.
Pry us from this place, Captain.
Damn chaos. Well, first things first. I can't summon him again. Okay, so first things first, get that.
Ready for additional combat. Material for the dreadnought.
Because why not? A lot of Kaidians.
Hostile targets inbound.
Where are they?
Make it past us, brothers.
Right to your worthless foe.
There is so many Terminators. Why don't we have our own Terminator?
I was wrong to expect a better fight from a backstabber.
He is whittling my health. I swear to God, that's a sorcerer. The hell? My camera just zipped. Alright. I'm not sure how my model's looking, but... Oh yeah, it's looking alright. At least so far as when I'm looking at it right now. No fear. Break a scare. Terminator's melee.
Barely sentient, just a cog in its master's plans. Pathetic. Cannon blind throw. Swapping out magazine.
Ow! I didn't see this guy. Oh, I am being pelted. Please don't.
I was wrong to expect a better fight from a sniveling backstabber.
This may be the battle that takes the cake.
Closing the gap. That's all you got for suckling at a demon's teeth.
Maybe one of you will get that guy. I was asking a lot, though.
Weak effort, you craven urn. I will die with my hands around their necks. Swapping out magazine. What needs grappling? Blasphemous curve.
Kill him. Don't need to wait on me to kill him.
Arming up.
Running low on a bit of ammo. Grab some while I can.
Ordnance on me.
Not even gonna bother wasting.
May I be reborn as a dreadnought. Book available. Cry to your worthless gods.
I'll take that. I need more grenades.
Those attackers. More are on the way.
A moment to rearm is all we need.
Oh boy. Well. Any more health? No? Okay. There seems to be a noticeable lack of Cadians. Oh, it's just gonna be us, boys. Let's see, I have some time. Summon another Astartes unit, maybe? Maybe.
Providing for the dreadnought.
Let's summon a heavy.
Dispatching heavy. We have detected enemy reinforcements.
Their appetite only leads them to their destruction.
Oh, okay. I can immediately just start.
The generator that runs the perimeter defenses is failing. Look for replacement power cells.
Perimeter defenses must not be compromised. Finished and ready.
Oh, wait, that's not what I wanted. Oh, well. We get him now.
Our defensive generator needs help.
Ow.
Had enough of that bitch nonsense.
Indefatigable? Okay.
We must find a power cell for the generator.
That guy is pounding the shit out of me. Ow.
There is more wars. Death turned tail.
Hi there. Give me back all my health.
Into the grave.
Well, there goes that relic, but it's fine. I still got enough ammo.
The defensive generator is still down. Bring me another rebel or just sent. Arming up.
Oh shit.
Perimeter defenses require new power cells.
I hear what they're saying. I'm having difficulties at the moment. Just gonna have to wait on that.
The power cell is in hand.
There we go. How many? Just two? Good. Oh, that's a fun one. Oh, that's another fun one. Thank you. Hi. We're at the point where these enemies just cannot be stunned. The assault's about to go down, but luckily the tactical still got a lot of health to work with.
The defensive generator requires a replacement power cell.
Yeah, no. Don't do that. There we go.
Power levels have been restored.
There's way too many of these Gatling guys.
Barely sentient, just a cog in its master's plans. Pathetic.
A good start. Refresh
Finish your gear before battle resumes.
Maintaining battlefield surveillance.
Holy crapola.
I possess a relic. A better charm than a saint's bones.
Why shock grenades in particular?
Enemy forces incoming.
We will split them open.
Oh look, there's our first sign of trouble.
Swapping out magazine. Stick the scarab shell.
Ow. I am so glad that it doesn't pick that shit up. Oh my god, it's a good thing I turned down the graphics settings. This lag is insane.
Into the more
You are wounded, but unbroken.
Oof.
feed my hatred. Finished and ready. Barely sentient, just a cog in his master's plans. Swapping out magazine.
Doot. Thank you for waiting. All right. Up, see Daisy. Shafa the Ras. Having without most of my going through this without most of my perks is very grueling, but at the very least, right, I'm doing decent. Ow. I have to rely primarily on skill alone. And only a handful of perks. Assault out of nowhere.
Blasphemous cur. Finished and ready.
Oh boy. Oh boy. There's another one. I need these.
Too much damage. Magazine out. Magazine in. Sure that iron-clad traitor.
They're all just sitting there waiting. That one is just pelting me from a distance. No. And I'm down. And I'm up.
Finished and ready.
God fucking damn, what a struggle.
Smells like fresh munitions. Swapping out magazine. I was wrong to expect a better fight from a sniveling backstabber.
Restock and reload. The enemy will return soon enough.
All that come here will meet the same fate. Stims obtained.
I'm gonna need those, I just know it. We're really on the wire now. Let's see, we're moving on a wave 14 it looks like. Okay. Oh, frags. That's gonna be nice.
Ordnance on me.
All right.
That battle will be upon you in moments.
When we are finished, nothing of them shall remain.
Surface forces need the fortress last cannons active. Return power to them.
God damn.
That they tear through our enemies.
God damn.
Reload.
We need those las cannons firing on the enemy.
Finished and ready.
Ow.
I do not yield.
las cannons are integral to our success.
Wasted by Magnus, wasted by us. Tending to my wounds. Into the maw of death.
No. Not taking any more missile salvos.
Glorious death upon the enemy.
What a wizard of GC, man.
I can already tell I'm not going to be able.
Check your aim.
That's all you've got for fighting at a demon's teeth. We must activate the last cannons.
Oh ho ho ho! I took a lot of damage right there.
Arming up. Stick the scarab shell. These mutants are inferior opponents.
Yeah, I'm not going to bother with that.
The longer the last cannons are down, the more ground the enemy takes.
I have no idea if it makes it harder not to complete the objectives. I'm taking my time with it. Oh, that guy's trying to shoot me. Oh, he is shooting me now.
Replenished and ready.
I don't know how he's hitting me, but he's hitting me.
I was wrong to expect a better fight from a sniveling backstabber.
I go grab more stims because I'm gonna need those.
Las cannons at once.
Nope. There we go.
Fresh munitions.
Why not?
Without the las cannons, the bow has the advantage.
Almost made it to the generator. I am probably going to get attacked.
The last cannons will fire again.
God, that is some bullshit. No.
The last cannons must return to operation.
Do 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 do.
The las cannons provide our forces an advantage. We should restore them.
Awakening the last cannons.
It's gonna help with getting more points, I'm sure, but that's gonna hit me. Oh my god, that almost got me.
Cannons are back online.
No.
in its master's plan. Into the fray! Is this the best the Zango can offer? The Emperor sees. Blasphemous cur! What needs grappling? Into the maw of death! We effort to craven earn.
We are allies.
Reloaded.
Really?
Death cannot pry me from my body.
Son of
Hook available. Cry to your worthless gods. Projector spent. Return me to the fray.
Salivate no
All right, 2 more Chaos Marines and some human enemies.
That's all you got for suckling at a demon's teeth.
Ay, ay, ay.
This is only a pause. Reload before the battle resumes.
We will be prepared
We
for
are
the enemy's
out.
next attack.
Out. Okay.
Vanguard reinforcement en route.
Ammunition ready.
Let's do it.
Fight with pride and
This will be our last stand.
I'll be damned. Space Marines.
Augurs detect enemy targets.
Our foes do not understand true strength.
Too many Gatling enemies. Oh no. Please, somebody pick me up. Thank you. And here comes the next one. This party's getting crazy.
Scanners detect enemy reinforcements. Prepare for a challenging fight. Whatever the threat, we will eliminate it.
Man, that's a challenging fight, all right. There was no saving me. Oh my god, there is 3 of them. That's insane. Insane. Oh man. Oh boy. Ow. 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 That is insane in the membrane. We are so fucked. So fucked.
More war still to be waged.
Prioritize the larger threats.
Ow.
We need to destroy the major enemy threats.
There's no way we're surviving this. Ow. God, 3 bosses, man. That is insane. Alright. Mission aborts. You have been defeated. Critical injury sustained. Woo! Okay, so... at the very least, what do I get for losing the thing at this point in the game, right? Oh my god. Ugh. All right. We're clearing sector 1, 2. Not bad. It's not a whole lot of experience, but it's not bad. You get a lot of incremental rewards, even when losing, so that's nice. Went up by 2 levels, 130 credits. That's not too bad. Alrighty. But other than that, yes. That was the siege mode, ladies and gentlemen. Oh my god. I was locked in for an increasing amount of time. This game will definitely keep you on your toes. But yeah, you're definitely going to want friends for this, but at the same time, right? You're going to want competent friends, because otherwise this mode is going to hurt really bad. But it has been a fun-ass experience, to be sure. Siege mode was the last and final thing that they were planning for the game. Now it's just a matter of them releasing their developer kits, so that way people can mod the game, much to their own experience. And other than that, though, after maybe a few updates here and there, it's just going to be up to the community to see what they do with this game. This game has been really fun to play. You know, like, I spent over 300 hours on this game, just about. Both on my main profile and probably including this one. It has been a wild ride. I have got to say, I don't think we're going to get another game quite like this. You know, for Warhammer fans, this is a treat. But at the same time, as a gamer, right? This is also just fantastic. This is a solid experience. It's a breath of fresh fucking air in an industry that seeks to create slop and garbage. Alright? And no, I'm not talking about, like, the genre of indie slop that people are more commonly associate the term slop with, but I guess if you don't like those kind of, you know, those kind of games, that would be one thing. But otherwise, you know, like, more so, I'm tired of the bullshit games from AAA games industry. They have all this money, all of this technical know-how and prowess, and they continuously thumble at every corner, always pursuing profits, always pursuing garbage and never actually anything good. Saber shows us that they could make us a pretty decent game, and it's one of the reasons why I have faith that Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic remake is at least in decent hands. It's just a matter of whether or not the people behind the project and the people who are helping to support and sponsor it, who are willing to publish it, are going to actually bother, you know, right? They're actually going to bother making that game as good as it should be, right? We've seen plenty of game companies, both great and, well, not so great, kind of sputter and die as a result of executive meddling. And not only that, but for some bizarre fucking reason, publishers and most corporate executives think that development teammates are just replaceable. I don't think that's true at all. I think that developers very much make the lifeblood of a game. Alright? The reason why people don't like most game companies, especially today, including game companies that had put themselves on the map for a long period of time, was like BioWare, for example. You know, like the main reason why they don't like BioWare today versus BioWare back then is because, you know, back when Casey Hudson was at the helm, you know, like BioWare's name used to actually mean something. People attached to the project were actual really great developers. They wanted to tell cool and fantastic stories, and now most of those people are gone. Same thing with Blizzard, same thing with most game companies. I'm just tired of the garbage. I'm also just tired of them shifting direction with some of their franchises to chase after trendy, stupid, gimmicky shit that nobody cares about. I'm also tired of loot boxes. I'm tired of fucking microtransactions. I'm just tired of all of the industry nonsense. Alright? It's not very often we get games that just want to be fun, cool, and interesting games. And I cannot wait to see what the next games coming from Saber in particular are going to look like. I want to play more games like this, and again, knowing what Saber has in store for us, knowing where they're potentially going to go, I'm very interested to see personally if Saber is going to be able to make Knights of the Old Republic actually fun again. It's actually going to bring it back. It's going to bring it back for a new generation with better looking graphics, better gen hardware. You know, it's gonna. I cannot wait. I don't have a whole lot of faith, personally speaking, because we're still having to contend with Lucasfilm. They're by far the biggest component as to whether or not this thing gets fucked over or not. But I am interested to see if Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic actually comes back and it returns to form in some real tangible way, and not just like we're going to modernize it for new audiences. None of the bullshit of like we're going to change up certain characterizations, character dynamics, whatever, right? It's just bringing back something new and rebranding it and refreshing it into something, well, bringing back something old and rebranding and refreshing it to something new, right? It's like no modernization nonsense. It's going to be the same story, same characters, just with much better gameplay and a different coat of paint, right? That's what we can hope. But we know how this shit goes, right? In the cycle of remasters and remakes, game companies want to do the bare minimum to actually do anything. The only reason why I wasn't so hard about the Space Marines Mastercrafted Edition when I was streaming it the first time it came out, the reason why I wasn't as hard as I could have been on it, mostly, was because I knew that Games Workshop probably was trying to do the bare minimum anyways. So everybody knows they're kind of money grubby. They don't put nearly as much effort into Warhammer as they probably should. You know, like they're kind of coasting on their own laurels. But the other reason why I wasn't so hypercritical about it, right, is also because, you know, like I imagine that the original development team who was behind making the game initially just isn't really there. The development team that they probably used to like remastered the game probably weren't necessarily the original devs. And so I'm not going to give the game too much shit. I do think it's stupid that they decided to... I mean, like, look, I'm not going to sugarcoat it. Like, I think that the game definitely could have been remastered to look a lot better. I think it could have looked a lot better than how it actually came out. Some lighting effects were nice. Some of, like, a lot of the character details, from both facial to armor details, among other things, were a nice touch. And some of the world design was a little bit up to date, but other than that, other than just, like, visual overhaul, it's still very much the same game. It's just with a different coat of paint, and I don't necessarily like that. Like, sure, remaster the game, but make it look drop-dead gorgeous. You know what Game Company did to make one of their older games come back, but just in a much cooler and much more, like, high-definition, 4K support, graphical type of way? I don't know about 4K, but the one franchise that came back in a really big way not that long ago was Ninja Gaiden. Ninja Gaiden 2 was re-released on to Steam and consoles, and it looks drop-dead gorgeous on release. It's Ninja Gaiden Black 2 looked like an absolute monster of a goddamn game. It looks really cool. Its visuals were very great. The characters were sleek looking. Everything about it was like a fresh, up-to-date graphical overhaul to the game. And all they really did to it, right, was that they essentially just took the bones of the game. They did kind of like a Bethesda thing, right? They just took the bones of the game, and they basically just put a graphical, like, engine, like, they just put, like, a visual graphical lens over all of the graphic rendering, and basically they just had the game placed over, you know, they just had the game under it, right? That's what I, from what I understand, right? It's like that Ninja Gaiden 2's graphical upgrade was essentially as a result of them running the Sigma 2 version, just with, like, another engine basically doing double duty of making the gameplay look graphically unique and fun and really sleek looking. But anyways, that's just, I'm kind of rambling, but yeah, that's just my 2 cents on things. With that being said, I do love this game. I cannot wait to see what Saber does in the next thing that they go on to do. And with that, I think I'll just wrap it up there. As far as, like, streaming goes, I think I'll definitely try to stream once a week at the very least. That's what I aim for. That's what I try to do. If I don't end up streaming next week, it's probably because I'm either busy with life problems, or I am, I guess, fucking dealing with my depression, or, you know, I'm also doing my video, because I'm going to be learning how to, I'm trying to make a video. I'm going to do a full-length edited video. I have a script being in the works and everything. It's like 15,000 words long. It's several paragraphs worth of scripting, of manuscripting, of creating something that might be interesting to talk about. You know, like, I have a subject in discussion with myself as a result of some of the things that I've been seeing and hearing online, and I thought maybe it'd be nice to give my own 2 cents on it. Maybe you guys want to hear about it, but I don't know. A random shitter on the internet talking about something potentially poignant or controversial. Nah, people don't really care about that sort of thing. Who wants to watch that sort of thing? Anyways, yeah, but that's just how things are looking at the moment. I hope to see you all in the next video. Bye-bye.